What's up people and welcome to Sakura Spirit. I have no idea why I'm playing this game. I'm kidding, of course. There are 2, 4, 6, 8 reasons to play this game. Oh my god. Right. So obviously there's only one reason to play this game. The fan service. So yeah, this is for all the perverts out there. And one in particular, you know who you are. Enjoy. Every person has a dream they wish to pursue. Yet, as people grow up, they often are forced to realize that obtaining that dream is just that, a childish illusion that is simply impossible to reach out for. At least, that's what most people say. Then what about those who do accomplish their dreams? Are they merely incredibly lucky? Dad, every man has a dream they want to accomplish. However, there is something really important you should know, my boy. That a real man doesn't give up on their dream, no matter how overwhelming challenges they might face. I still remember those foolish words my dad used to say, yet despite their silly nature, I found myself inspired by them. Ever since I was a child, I was interested in martial arts. It didn't matter whether it was following a match on television or reading a manga about some heroic martial artist. It's always been a dream? That doesn't make sense. It's always been a dream for me to become a martial artist someday. Of course, it was a bit childish to admit I wanted to learn martial arts to be able to be a hero. While at my age, I already came to understand superheroes were a part of our imagination, I still held the desire to use my power for others their sake. My name is Gushiken Takahiro. I used to watch a lot of anime, but not anymore, at least not for the last couple of years, so forgive me if I butcher the Japanese. I'm not really good at it. I mean, I am Asian, but I don't speak Japanese. I'm not from Japan, so yeah. I'll try my best, of course. 17 years old rising judo star. And no, that's not me doing some smug talking. I'm actually about to take part in a competition 2 weeks from now that could make or break my career at an international level. Of course, I was excited about the opportunity to finally accomplish my dreams and represent my country at a sport that I loved. But the same excitement also made me feel incredibly nervous. While those worrisome thoughts haunted my mind, a familiar voice resounded from outside the window. Koyomi rather. Oi, Taka-kun! Get your butt in gear! Hi, I'll be right there, Koyomi. It feels so wrong for me to pronounce their Japanese name because something in my mind just tells me I'm at least pronouncing it wrong, even if it's just a little bit, although the chance is higher that it's just completely wrong, but nevertheless, we'll roll with it. Not wanting to keep Koyomi waiting, I quickly dashed towards the front door to let her in, not even realizing that I was still in pajamas. Just a moment, Koyomi. Got to grab my shoes and then we can go to school. Really? I didn't know our school had a strict uniform or sleepwear policy, dummy. Nice jammies, by the way. Did you borrow them from your mom? For a moment, my eyes drifted downwards, noticing that I was indeed wearing my pajamas. I let out a groan of annoyance and marched back towards my room. Bah, there's nothing wrong with my jammies. The Golden Knight is a famous comic book hero in the West. Besides, not everyone prefers to sleep naked like you. Mumbling those words, I started stripping out of my clothes, seemingly not minding the presence of a girl behind me at all. That happened one time. You know, it was super hot that evening. And geez, warn me before you strip in front of me, idiot. You didn't mind it when we were little. Perhaps you want me to turn around instead? No, stop! Don't make me kick your ass! Deciding I had teased her enough, I quickly pulled on my pants and resumed working on the remaining few items of clothing before I was suitably dressed for school. Besides, I had a reason for being so distracted. You've been distracted a lot lately. What's going on in that hollow skull of yours? It's that upcoming match. I got no idea how anyone can remain calm when an international career is at stake. I wouldn't be surprised if I started making up enough doomsday scenarios to fill up the apocalypse genre. Oh right, the judo thing. I'm sure you'll do fine. I've seen some of your matches and you kick butt. And of course, if you're really worried, you could always pray. Pray? What? Don't tell me you don't know. It's one of the school's legends. There's some shrine up in the forest that if you pray to it, it will give you good luck. Ichikawa-san, oh my god, said that his sister prayed to it the night before her exam and got 100%, an A triple plus. A shrine that is said to give you good luck? Sounds bogus to me, but at this point I'll be trying out anything, I guess. Maybe I'll talk to our classmates to get the location of that shrine. I'm not exactly in the mood to get lost in the forest and turn into a Japanese Tarzan. Well, whatever. If you do go looking, at least send me a message to let me know. Are you going to hurry up, or are we going to be late again? A hero is never too early, nor are they too late. They arrive precisely when needed. But for the sake of missing detention, let's hurry, right? A hero doesn't have to worry about anything except detention. That's a wizard, not a hero, genius. How can one person be such a sports nerd and such a geek at the same time? Let's not forget the Casanova and the Man of the Year candidate bits. They are important details. I doubt you qualify as either of them, Pajama Boy. Anyway, let us boldly go where everyone has gone before, to school. Nerd. Several hours later. A lot of dots, even more dots. It had been during the afternoon when I finally had the chance to talk to my classmates in an attempt to get an idea where that shrine Kiyomi had mentioned before had been located. Gym was the last thing on the menu for today, so once we started getting ready to go home, I approached the guys. Hey Ichikawa, is it true that your sister discovered some shrine that is said to grant you some good luck? Oh, let me guess. You also want to date her? Well, even though I do have to admit she's very attractive. Oh dude, that's your sister. I'm afraid she's already going out with someone. Not to mention, you're not a type. I don't know, why do brothers... That's something I have a sister as well, but I definitely do not take any interest in her love life or whatever type she likes or whatever. I just don't care. So I don't know why other brothers do. Maybe they are like overprotective for their sister, but mine's older, so perhaps if it's different if you're like the older brother rather than the little brother, I guess. Oh well. I already got my hands full dealing with Kiyomi. You can keep your sister where she is. Jokes aside, I'm more interested in the shrine. Did she mention where she find it? Oh wait, did we call his sister attractive? Now I'm confused. I should probably read the name as well. So this is Takahiro, the one that was stripping earlier in his bedroom. Got it. Okay. I didn't knew there was anything near the forest aside from the dojo. But what? They look alike. This is Ichikawa and Takahiro and Ichikawa. They look alike. But he just moved. I don't know. Oh, well, she said something about it being near the river and quite high up. I'll be honest, I didn't pay too much attention when she was going on about it. I mean, she was wearing this top and it was tight and yeah. Stop. We need to hear the details. I doubt anyone wants to hear you daydream about your sister, my friend. Oh god, so he was. Oh my god. Incest. Anyone else who heard about this shrine before? Are you two talking about the luck shrine in the forest? Yes, the one and only. There's supposed to be one near the river according to Ichikawa's sister. I don't know about that, but there's this fiery girl, fiery, at the Asakura dojo. Who knows more? Wait, are you talking about Arya-sama? Small, strong, and scary? That's the one. Oh, then I can be a bit of more help. Takahiro-kun, I know where that place is. I don't think Arya-senpai will like it if you end up visiting her with your usual tricks in mind. Do I need to remind you what happened last time you tried to peek at her after she finished her training? What training? There was blood, sweat, and tears, so I didn't have blood in my... Okay. Shut up! I do not go peeking there. That's slander, that is. I could sue you. I do not look into the changing rooms after practice when Ariya-sama is showering. Oh, then you haven't seen her naked yet? I've seen a bit of side boob, but a knothole I found doesn't really let me get a good view of... Yeah, a good frontal view, right. There we go. Someone call the cops. Peeking Ichikawa has confessed. I playfully patted Ichikawa's shoulder while I turned around, grabbing my bag in the process while I prepared to leave. Anyway, thanks for the tip, Ichikawa. I'll let the judge know you were most helpful during the interrogation. This is unfair. I was coerced. I won't say another thing until I speak to my lawyers. There's a lot of dots in this game. After school... what? After school was... Oh, after school was over. I'm so butchering this. After school was over, I decided to bet my chances on the little bit of intel I had obtained from my classmates. If my memory served me right, that Ariya Senpai was about to be practicing at the dojo today. Ho ho ho, it's peeking time. Of course, I knew her. In the end, she was a judo student like me. But for some reason I heard that she declined the invitation to compete in serious tournaments ever since a certain event happened. Ariya Senpai, are you around? While I shouted her name, I parked my bike at the nearby stall and looked around for her. That's obviously the sound judo people make. Follow the shouts and you find the senpai. I grinned briefly as I saw my senpai seemingly being occupied with the practicing of a series of motions, almost as if she was fighting an imaginary opponent. Oh, that's what I do all the time. Perhaps it was a perfect opportunity to get closer to her and surprise her a little. Oh, dude. When you do that, you always seem like a creep, especially when you try and sneak up on her and then she suddenly, for some reason, turns around right before you're able to kind of scare her or surprise her, you know? Surprise. Slowly I snuck over, making sure to make as little noise as possible before I reached with a hand towards her shoulder. Ariya. At the touch against the shoulder, Ariya Senpai reacted. She grabbed hold of my hand and with a loud grunt shifted her weight, curling and tipping me over her shoulder. It was all I could do to brace myself for impact as I hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. Bam! Hiya! No one sneaks up on the great Kunoichi. Oh my god, Ariya. Oh, Takabozu. Didn't realize it was you. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Kunoichi? More like a Tasmanian devil. That throw didn't hold a shred of mercy in it. There's no mercy in the ring, Takabozu. I never heard of the bozu part in animes, or whatever. I'm no expert on the Japanese language, on which how to like properly call people. I know senpai is kind of like something you say to older people that you kind of view as sort of teachers in a sense, I guess. I don't know. Better you learn that lesson now than in 2 weeks' time. Let me guess. You want to do some sparring, right? I actually came here to ask you something, but perhaps a little sparring wouldn't hurt after all. Oh? What do you want to ask? We've got all afternoon for the sparring, and I could do with a bit of a break anyway. Where to start, senpai? You used to take part in big and important matches. Didn't you get nervous before the big moment? Oh yeah, this one time I got so nervous I hid in the kitchen cupboards until Dad found me and dragged me to the car by my collar. Of course, that was when I was like 8. Well, obviously I can't go and hide for my match. But some friends of mine make this rather silly suggestion to go and pray or something. Honestly, at this point, I take anything if it calms my nerves a little. Takabozu, are you sure about this? You mean the match? Of course I am. I've been practicing judo ever since I could walk. This is my best chance to represent this country and a sport I love too. Senpai seemed to think for quite a long time, all the while tapping at the side of her jaw with a finger. Eventually she snapped her fingers and grabbed hold of me tightly. Alright, I'll tell you the way to the shrine. But it's not just going to be a simple clap your hands together and bob your head. You need to give something to the shrine, something of worth. I guess I'll figure that out by the time we get there. Anyway, thanks senpai. I really appreciate it. Oh no, Takabozu. I'm not going with you. I've got training to do myself. Besides, you've got to take this step yourself. I can give you a map and an easy way to get back here, but you'll be on your own. You're not tagging along? Guess it'd be my own adventure to undertake. Afraid so, Takabozu. Let me just grab some paper. I'll draw out your map. After Aria's return, I followed the directions the map had given me. Surprisingly enough, it wasn't all that far. The tip to get back if I got lost was a little sketchy. Just look down and you'll be able to see the dojo roof from anywhere on the hill. And then just roll down the hill. The forest nearby the dojo was my first challenge to overcome. A long path coiling along the trees, and there was even the river Ichikawa's sister had mentioned in the distance. Where is it? Oh, that would probably be this? Although it looks kinda green, I don't know. Of course, I decided to stay with Senpai's direction, and after an hour or so, I arrived at the shrine. Didn't he just say it wasn't that far? I feel like an hour of walking is pretty far. But maybe because I'm just a city boy. The shrine itself seems surprisingly well maintained. Despite being in the middle of nowhere, it made me wonder if someone secretly lived there. Perhaps some secret martial arts master? Already daydreams of a potential hermit have hidden themselves in the shrine to prepare themselves for an upcoming clash between good and evil started to dwell in my mind. And yet, nobody is around. I sighed in annoyance at the fact the shrine grounds seemed to be entirely abandoned. It was mysterious how the building seemed well maintained, but for the time being, I decided to focus on the reason behind my visit. It took only a few moments before I gathered the courage to enter the temple itself, and inside found a rather fancy-looking shrine of sorts at the back of the hall. Guess that's the shrine everyone's talking about. Silently, I folded up the map I was given, and after putting it inside my bag, approached the shrine. I was kind of skeptical about the whole religious aspect, so I didn't hold too much confidence in the idea of some shrine granting me the luck I would need to win this match. In fact, I don't really think luck is going to help much in a match like this. In my opinion, martial arts didn't hold any place for luck. A match was all about using the knowledge you gathered from the experiences you obtained in previous matches, and a nice bit of talent to help you guide you through the match. There was simply no room for something superstitious like luck. Clearly this would be a match when my experience and talent would be tested against that of my opponent. Nothing more, nothing less. A female voice, ooh, how curious. That's probably not how she talked, but yeah, if I'm gonna start doing a female voice, it's gonna be really weird sounding and I'll lose my voice after like 5 minutes, so I'm probably not gonna do that. How curious, the boy doesn't believe in superstition, and yet this child of man stands here in a place of power, surrounded by the very thing he denounces. Upon hearing the voice, I looked around, trying to find the source, but there was no one to be seen. Who's there? A classic question to ask, and yet the right thing to ask would be, where am I? What do you mean? Obviously you're hiding nearby. Perhaps. But entertain me for a little bit longer. Why did you come here if you do not believe in things like luck? She's one of those people that is like, that meditates for like 10 hours a day, and then she has found the light, she's enlightened, and then she starts asking all these philosophical questions. That's how she comes across to me. I came here to prepare myself. Oh, do enlighten me about what this something might be that you are preparing yourself for. I felt a little bit annoyed at the questions, but perhaps if I kept talking to her, I would be able to find out where that girl was hiding. I'm preparing for a competition, a judo match. Judo? What's that? Seriously? You don't know what judo is? It's a highly skilled combat art. Aha, so you're a warrior. Hesitant to go into battle and came here in hope of finding the resolve to fight. I'm not sure about the warrior part. How fortunate. It just happens that there is need for one of your kin. My kin? A hero. This shrine is meant to be meant to bless heroes like yourself. However, every great hero has to sacrifice something in return for the shrine's blessing. Sounds like what the others mentioned. However, I do like your version more. Laughing briefly at the story the hidden girl was telling about the shrine, I decided to play along and clap my hands together in a prayer. Oh, damn it. You mean just hold your hands together, not clap? So, what's next? Toss my allowance into the praying box? Don't be silly. Money is of little importance to a hero. For you, the sacrifice will be something much more interesting and precious to you. I look forward to see what destiny has in store for you. As if on the cue, the moment the girl's words reached my ear, I felt nauseous, like my head was spinning wildly. Slowly, I staggered backwards, collapsing onto my back, and while my vision started to grow hazy, I heard footsteps approach me. Oh, hello, girl. Good luck. You're going to need it. Why does she have horns? She has a tail as well. Damn. Despite my attempts to get back up, all I could do was briefly look up at the girl. The sight of the horns and tails made me wonder if she was cosplaying as some sort of anime character, but before I had the chance to say anything, my vision was consumed entirely by darkness. No, don't take her away from me. The rays of sunlight that glared into my face stirred me back to consciousness, a groan of annoyance leaving my mouth while I tried to get back onto my feet. I felt a bit dizzy, but the first thing I noticed was that I was no longer within the shrine. Rather, it looked like the forest that was surrounding the dojo. Of course, my first thought was to look around to see if I could find the same girl from before, but not a trace of her presence had lingered behind. To make things even more curious, the old, worn-down path that I had followed amidst the trees was better maintained than I remembered. Maybe I should head home. That thought was cut short when the sound of several female voices came from nearby. Get back here, Hikage! Stop them at once! Just what exactly do you think I'm doing? I'm chasing them. I'm trying to stop them. Nya! I think they spotted what's missing, Onis-sama. Oh my god. I just hesitate a little bit once I see this word that's like, oh god. Keep running, Chibiko, and we might just escape. Just when I thought this day couldn't get any weirder, there came the sound of heavy footfalls from the forest nearby. Oh my god, here they are. What in the world is going on here? Just a little bit away from the path, I was walking on. I saw a pair of girls being chased by another pair of girls. Obviously the girls behind are jealous of the girls in front for obvious reasons. They have obviously fox ears and tails, right? That's the only reason. However, there were two things I noticed that didn't make any sense for me. First detail was that the girls being chased had the ears and tail of a fox, and the other being that the girls doing the chasing were armed with a katana and a naginata. It's probably the spear or something. Conniving kitsune, come back here at once. Return what you stole immediately. Give me back my panties. Oh, what? They stole her panties? Ikage, how could you blurt out something like that? Haha, panties. Haha, oh no. Help! Save us from the rampaging women. Oh my god, I'm really bad at fake laughing. While the girls had ran away, seemingly into the direction the shrine was located at, I couldn't help but find myself struggling with the decision to just leave them be. While I don't know what in the world was going on, the fact two of the girls were armed with rather realistic looking props, for surely they couldn't be real. I couldn't call myself a hero if I let such a scene go by without acting. Exactly. Now's our time to be the hero of this story. Because you know the hero always gets rewarded, you know? I'm so going to regret this. Mumbling in annoyance, I started chasing after the girls. Hikage, go around to the left. Right. Left. Why do you always undermine me? Oh, Kami. I wasn't saying right. You know what? Never mind. Just run after them. While I was chasing after the girls, I noticed the trees seemingly were getting a little bit denser, making it more difficult to navigate along the path. One-sama, I don't think I can run much more. I'm starting to get a little bit... Just a little longer, Meiko-chan. We're almost... Meiko! Not a headache. Not now. Sorry, Onichi-sama. Scissor attack! What? Oh my god, scissor attack? I arrived just in time to find a scene straight from an action movie. The fox girl with the blonde hair had collapsed, seemingly being held up by in her companion's lap. The two armed women were approaching them, almost unmistakably with killing instincts running amok. Any martial artist could feel that. Those two girls were going to be in for a beating if I didn't stop them. We've got you now, thieves! I'm going to personally drag your sorry butts back to town and have you both stopped. Maybe I'll even see how you feel running around without any undies on. Well, I imagine you would feel like a nice breeze. I don't know. I've never done that, so I can't. Yeah, it's okay. I've said more than enough. Yeah. Although I must admit, having a breeze down there does feel kinda... I told you. For some reason I was right, even though it doesn't make sense. But that doesn't matter. I have a good imagination apparently. Keeps me feeling fresh and a little bit tingly. Hikage, goodness, you have no shame, do you? This isn't about your nethers. This is about panties and bras, stolen, and these two criminals being brought to justice. One-sama, it hurts. My head hurts. Shh. It's going to be okay, Chibiko. Hey, you guards! If you're so desperate to have your underwear back, then here, catch! Stop right there. However, before I was able to interrupt the conversation, the silver-haired fox girl tossed a pair of objects into the air. It seemed whatever they were, the two samurai girls were flustered by the tossed projectile. A projectile whose trajectory was heading straight to my face. Oh, I'm blinded! Who the hell tosses a... Peeling off the projects from my face, or projectiles, I raised them lightly into the air, like a professor examining an important sample while at the same time the fox girls made their escape. A pink bra and lacy black panties, ooh. Oh boy, I just knew this wasn't going to end up well. Ah, there you are. Are you in cahoots with these crafty kitsune? Give those back immediately. Those are evidence of a crime, and not for anyone else to touch. Drop the panties right now. Whoa, woman. I'm innocent until proven guilty. One of the golden rules of court. Yeah, didn't you watch? God, Phoenix Wright. There we go. Now stop pointing those weapons at me so I can hand over your undies without being turned into kebab. What? No! Stop! Shut up! Just drop the evidence and walk away. I am Tsukino Mio, chief of the village guards, and I'm ordering you to stop what you're holding right now. I don't know of any village guards, and I seriously doubt a cop will go around dressed like that and wielding katana. More importantly, the ground here is muddy and dirty. You're sure I should drop the evidence? I mean, I could, but... Yeah! Before I could react, the pink-haired woman lunged at me, the spike of her naginata aiming for my gut. My reflexes caught just in time, and I was able to palm away the spear as it sailed through the air. I struck upwards on the wooden shaft of the weapon, sending it up in the air and unbalancing the woman. Narumi, I did not order you to attack. Fine, I'll give them back. Jeez, just my luck to find these girls with weapons to be the tsundere ones. Tsundere, I don't know. Deciding to extend the hand that held the girls their undies, I tried to hand them over, something that I would soon end up regretting. Ha! Thinking I'd fall for something so simple? Fool! You may have fooled me once, but not twice. The woman swung her weapon wide, arcing the thick wooden pole into my side before I could dodge. She then lunged forwards, grabbed me tightly, pulling my arms around behind my back, leaving me with sore ribs in a prone position. I could have fought back, but I figured it would only lead to more fighting and possibly being stabbed, which I could do without, so I remained passive. The sword-wielding girl stepped forward and grabbed the silky underwear from my hand triumphantly. Your methods might be crude, but they get results, Hikage. Bind these wrists. We'll bring him in for questioning. You probably know where those pesky thieves have been hiding. Right. And people will wonder why criminals would resist at all costs. Yeah, if you're just going to get brought in anyway, regardless of what you've done or whether you're innocent or not. I mumbled weakly while I watched the girl with the naginata tie my wrist together with some rope she had concealed somewhere. I hope it was meant for actual criminals. And soon, what? What else would it be used for, right? It's only gotta be used for criminals. And soon felt myself dragged by the duo towards the direction of the city. Surely once we arrive at the city, you two will stop this role-playing of yours and let me go home, right? As much as I like to fool around, I got more important things to do. The city? Ha! We're not taking you all that way. You'll spend the day in the village cells, thief! Who are you calling a thief? I'm a victim. First they tossed undies in my face, then I had to deal with physical abuse, and now even slander? Besides, there's no village around those parts. It's the city. You know, Tsukino Toshi. Silence! Hikage, if he speaks again before we get to the village, you have my permission to knock him unconscious. Tsundere, tyrant. That's funny. And that's how I was on my way to a jail cell, cuffed and dragged by two girls that I started to suspect were pretty much crazy in the head. When we left the forest behind us, the first thought that filled my mind was panic. The city I had lived my whole life, it was gone. He seems to have been teleported, or just this could all be a dream as well, but because he was unconscious the moment he arrived at the shrine, or at least after, and then he just suddenly came to the same area, but the surroundings looked different, like the houses and the people. And it could either be a dream or he had just been teleported into an alternate dimension, which is obviously better. You've got to be kidding me! If I wasn't in Tsukino Toshi, then where the hell did my hometown disappear to? Hey, no talking, come on, I don't want to bop you that much. Kinda, maybe a punch or two. I just want to know how the heck you blocked my strike so easily. Your attack had a lot of power behind it, but it was a little bit predictable. Just the right movement, enough pressure behind the counter, and that was the result you saw. But anyway, not anime. Let me play along for a bit. Where in the world are we? This clearly isn't my hometown. I mean, the buildings look more like they could be in some sort of classic samurai movie. Huh? What the heck is a movie? This is Harumaru. It's been here for years. Hikage, I told you to silence him if he spoke. Actually, you told me that I could do it, but you didn't tell me that I had to. Must be tough being her subordinate. Be silent or I will silence you for good. This time it seemed to not be an idle threat, for the girl unsheathed her katana and rested the tip of the blade against my throat. I already started to regret having played the hero earlier. Hopefully there would be someone with more common sense in the village. Several minutes later, and a lot of dots later, I found myself confined within a small room. Or confined. The stern-looking tsundere tyrant glaring down at me while the other girls, seemingly called Narumi, had at least softened up a little. From what I had gathered during a conversation they had called the village elder to help oversee my questioning. What purpose did these thefts have? Are you just some perverted guy who gets off sniffing girls' undies? Yes. I ought to cut them off. What? My nose or your undies? What are you cutting off? Or are you cutting out the pervertedness out of me? But that would be weird. And I kinda like it. No, I don't. I don't know why I said that. I already told you, I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Not to mention, anything worn by you would likely smell burnt or taste sour. What? Smell burnt? What? I couldn't see too well from the cell where they had put me, but I was almost certain I could hear Narumi laughing nearby. She's like, he's right. He's definitely right. Tsukino Dono, please calm down. You brought him in to learn the reason behind his presence in the forest, right? I can do an elder kind of guy voice. That is correct, Hayate-san. I believe he was working with the kitsune to steal panties and other things. Objection! Huh? What are you objecting to? Oh, damn it. Huh? What are you objecting to, sir? The evidence surrounding the defendant's accusations is fabricated. I didn't know we have so much knowledge in law, apparently, but apparently that's like our second interest behind judo. Narumi-san, could you please answer the question for the judge? Was the defendant, aka myself, anywhere near the kitsune while you two were chasing them? Hold it! Just who are you calling judge here? Stop shouting or I will strike you down. Hey, Mio-san, maybe the whole angry accusation thing isn't working. This guy is clearly not a bandit, nor a threat. We could just ask him why he was up there in the woods. If he has a valid reason, then sure. If not, then he's a panty thief. Then we'll use him as a punching bag out in the yard. Finally, and here I thought this was about to become a turnabout case. I sighed deeply, partly amused at how despite the serious situation, I was able to remain calm by acting like several characters I had seen in movies or games I had played before. See, I knew there was a Phoenix Wright impersonation. As long as I wouldn't become an ace prisoner, things would hopefully end up well. A wise idea, Narumi-chan. How about you start by giving us your name? Gushiken Takahiro. I feel like I'm trying to pronounce it like actually just correctly, but I feel like I'm actually pronouncing it the way. I mean, I used to watch anime, so I watched Naruto, Bleach, and that kind of stuff, and also other animes, of course. But those were like the main big ones that after a while became dull because of all the fillers and stuff. But yeah, I watched those, and you just hear this clear difference in how they pronounce the names when it's pronounced by, because I also watched the English version of Naruto, just check it out, like I wonder what it's like, you know, and then you just hear the way the English or American version pronounces the name, and you're like, oh god, especially after being used to the Japanese one. But I feel like I'm pronouncing it the way the Americans would, and I'm like, oh god, but I guess Japanese people wouldn't be watching this, right? So, but people that really watch a lot of anime are more used to the Japanese pronunciation. Nevertheless, I'm rambling. So, why were you inside the forest while village guards were chasing a pair of thieves? I'm not entirely sure myself. One moment I was praying at a shrine hidden inside the forest, and the next moment I know some girl some weird girl starts talking to me. A girl? Yes, a girl with horns and a scaled tail. I know it sounds odd, but I could have sworn I saw her before I fainted, and then I woke up inside the forest. Tsukino-dono, Narumi-chan, do you two recall the stories behind the shrine near our village? Forgive me, Hayate-san, I do not recall. I know you said it was a place of high spiritual energy, a sacred place, but I can't remember anything. Sorry, Oji-san. That shrine belongs to Suyuri, a powerful spirit that has watched over our village for as long as we can remember. There's a reason why, unlike the Kitsune, we tend to avoid going deep into the forest. I still think those pests would be gone for good if you could just let me go in and find their home. Probably some damp cave on the hill or a dilapidated old wooden house. Humans and spirits rarely mingle well, even if they meet with good intentions. The fact that this lad says that he saw a spirit, there's a chance he was there for a reason. Not to mention, did you take a good look at him yet? He seems disorientated and almost out of this world. He did seem to be talking gibberish. He claimed to be from a city near here, but there's nothing like that for miles around. He was also talking about something weird called a movie, and he knows martial moves that I have never ever seen before. He's still a pervert. I'm not a pervert. A guy of my age is innocently curious. It's perfectly natural. Tell him, dude, that's exactly how I'm going to phrase it from now on. Not that I get called a pervert, but nevertheless. Besides, if you're talking about the panties, they were tossed into my face. I had nothing to do with them, Sundere tyrant. What did you just call me? I ought to smash you to pieces, you brat. Oh, wait. Now that I think about it, those two kitsune did look like they were just abandoning the panties. But Oji-san, what does this all mean? I'm not certain. However, I believe it's unlikely that he's working with the kitsune. Still, I have never heard about a human, meaning a spirit like Tsuyuri. I would almost be bold enough to declare him as someone who isn't from our world. Wait, you're trying to say that I'm in a different world now? That would be the most logical explanation. It's funny that that's the most logical explanation. But I've got an important match to take part in 2 weeks from now. Well, none of us have ever experienced a situation like this before, so we'll have to think about how to deal with you, or even if it's possible to get you back to your world. No, I like this world much better. I mean, if you just look at the beginning and compare by two, this is definitely better. In the meantime, a stay in the cell for a few hours will not hurt him. He did assault one of the village guards and he resisted arrest. He can stay here until he rots for all I care. I suspect the elder will wish to talk with you once you are done here, Hikage. I'm going for a wash. I suggest you do the same. I would take offense to that, implying that I stink, but that was one hell of a run. Those foxgirls can run fast. I still want to know more about those techniques, Takahiro-san. If you do happen to stick around, I might want to go a few rounds with you. A few rounds of what? Not that I'll be able to go anywhere else for the time being. It's only for a few hours, so we can discuss how to deal with you. Obviously, one like yourself would raise quite some questions among the villagers, so we need to convince them first that you're no threat. And that was how I found myself stuck in a jail, while the guards responsible for my situation decided to leave me within my cell. Ah, what misfortune. As if being sent to a different world wasn't bad enough, I'm not stuck in a jail with my only company being a pair of beautiful, magnificent, majestic kitsune sisters. You lucky boy. A pair of beautiful... Wait a second. Yahoo! Hi there, panty boy! As I watched, a familiar face appeared at the top of my cell. A blonde woman with golden eyes. As I watched, she flipped over and landed in front of the cell, waving her hands at me. From the side of the cell, the other one appeared, a wry grin on her face. Ah, it's the Undies archers. If you come to reclaim your hostages, they are already back where they belong. Nope, we saw the guards go into the pool and swipe the maiden's silk again, see? At that, she pulled out a pair of lacy silken underwear from her sleeve and stretched it with her thumb, showing off her panty prize to me. Why are foxgirls interested in panties? Do they not wear their own? Or, I don't know. But apparently it's some sort of prize for them, so... You come back all the way to this village to snatch their underwear again? Besides, I wouldn't call one of them a maiden. The tsundere attire doesn't fit that bill at all. The cutie with the katana? Oh my god, they're lesbian? You would be quite surprised, actually. I happen to believe that she has not even felt her own touch, let alone anyone else. How would you know? She seems to be far too uptight for that. Oh, well, that could explain it, I guess. As that, I'm gonna play the innocent here. I have no idea. As for coming back to the village, we have a debt to settle. Let's not wander into that subject. I can still imagine her katana lingering near my throat. I smiled weakly while trying to think about what the kitsune mentioned at the end of her statement. I'm not sure what this debt of yours might be. I do know that you two best get out of here before those two return. You two don't seem to be on friendly terms with the samurai girls. Wait, if he doesn't know about the debt, then we can just run, One-sama. Meiko, this is not how we do things. Young man, your actions allowed us to escape our situation without harm. It places us in a debt for which we are now repaying you. Meiko, do the magic. Hi? The younger girl walked towards and placed her hands upon the cage's lock. She began mumbling something that I couldn't even begin to understand, and her hands started glowing brightly. Being sent to a different world, girls wielding swords, and now foxgirls using magic? Next on the list, I'm going to find a talkative magical sword and be destined to save the world. Ho ho ho. Still, I was curious to see what this magic would do to the lock, keeping me imprisoned. Ha! The glow flared for a moment before fading. There was a hiss and then a sizzle as the lock dripped to the floor, melted from the cage by the magical light. Well done, Meiko-chan. You did very well. Just relax now. She seems so tired. That apparently costed a lot of energy for her. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be more surprised about. The fact a girl just melted a steel lock, or that I'm starting to accept this as a normal thing. This level of magic is extraordinary. Meiko-chan is quite gifted. But as I have said, we are here to settle our debt. If you would like, we can escort you back to the forest where we encountered you. I do, however, suggest that you decide quickly. The guards do not wait long. I should know. I have observed them. Oh god, that silver-haired woman. A fox girl, rather. She's not a woman. She's a foxy fox. Well, I'm certainly not going to stick around, so I'll gladly accompany you two out of here. Maybe I'll finally find my way back home then. Lead the way, peeping Tammy. Machiko. Sakura no Machiko. Not Tammy. Takahiro. But I'd suggest we keep introductions for when we successfully escape. Very well then, Takakun. Follow. As I was stepping out of the cell, the sound of a familiar voice boomed in the distance. Oh god. It's the tyrant. Thieves! Crafty kitsune kleptomaniacs! I'll skin you alive! I think that's our cue to bolt. And with that, the three of us darted out of prison. Aren't I lucky? Why don't you see me like... Oh, we probably ran away together. I mean, I wasn't weak or injured or anything, so I didn't like jump on their back and then they just floated away or something. Damn it, if only. And that's pretty much all that happened. According to the villagers, there is supposed to be a shrine somewhere in the forest. It must be the same I visited before I got stuck in this mess. Goodness! That sounds like a terrible situation. I know that spirits like Tsuyuri like playing with people, but this seems a little cruel of her. I would speak with her myself, but we, Kitsune are not allowed on the grounds of the shrine. What? One-sama, I thought we just didn't go there because you get all flustered and blush when you try to talk to Tsu-chan. Shut up, Meiko! I didn't think a panty thief would get embarrassed talking to someone. She has a crush. But perhaps you two could show me the way towards the shrine? Somehow the layout of the forest seemed different from my world, which pretty much made Senpai's map useless now. You do not understand. There is much unseen about the ways of spirits, Takakun. I will try to navigate you to the shrine, but if Tsuyuri does not want us there, then we will simply not get there. The only places we can navigate to directly are our home and the village. Unless I use the gating magic, but that takes a super long time to cast, and unless I concentrate really hard, it usually ends up just taking us someplace not fun. I'd pretty much prefer taking a route that involves walking then, but thanks for the offer, Meiko-chan. Was it? Hi, Sakura no Meiko, at your service. Yay, my first human friend! Silly Chibiko. Not to doubt your navigation skills or anything, but didn't we cross this path a bit ago? Oh, that's right, we did! One-sama, why have we come back here? What? I thought you were leading us forwards. Wait, I think if we turn this way, then we cut through those trees here, we can... Ah! The girl seemingly disappeared as she stepped down between the two tall trunks, and there was a loud splash. I ran towards the trees and looked down to see the girl's arms flailing wildly, a few feet from the bank of a slow-moving river. Ah! One-sama! One-sama! Please, quick! You have to help her! I'm begging you! I'll do whatever you want! Please save her! Of course. Help! The river is barely moving at all. Surely you won't be telling me that your sister can't... She can't swim! Neither of us! Please! Takahiro-sama! Please! Rescue my sister! Guess when a girl is pleading like that, it's difficult to say no. Smiling weakly, I pulled off my jacket and jumped into the river. The cold water making me shiver lightly while I started to swim towards Machiko, who despite the lack of a strong current was slowly getting submerged underwater. She's not even trying to swim. Of course, with the worried shouts of Meiko, I tried to reach the girl as quickly as possible. It took me a bit before I reached her, but by the time I had grabbed a hold of her and pulled her towards the riverbank, she seemingly had lost consciousness. She's not breathing! I felt a light shiver run across my spine, both from the cold but also from the dreadful thought what might happen to this girl if not something was done soon. But what in the world could I possibly do? CPR? I don't know that magic. She's not breathing. Help her. Anything to save her. Please. One-sama, please get better. Okay, but I need to concentrate. Can you go find something to dry her off? Really, is the fact that she's wet an issue right now? Typical, a mage without a revive spell. As if trying to steal my nerves for what I was about to do, I whispered that just before I leaned in. All I could remember from my first aid training was that the patient had to be in the recovery position, and that I had to blow into their mouths and push on their chest. You also have to close their nose, I think. I've never done it myself before because obviously in my room I'm only here and there aren't any dying people here, so... My heart pounded against my own chest as I looked down at the Kitsune girl. I could feel my cheeks heating up as the blush spread across my chest. Clumsily, I put her into what I hoped was the right position, and slowly, I lowered myself towards her face. My lips parted. Well, that's the right position for something, I guess. If you were this desperate for a kiss, you could have just asked. I know I am a beautiful, lithe creature, but pushing me into a river just so you can save me is a bit much, Takakun. Oh my god, the music. I dived after you without such ulterior motives. Oh, thank you, oh valiant hero, for your rescue. I must admit, I am not the strongest swimmer, but you know, it is often better to get permission from the maiden you've rescued before you claim them as your reward, silly. We had a choice to make. Either I claimed your lips, or death would claim you instead. A bold choice. Where's Meiko? I hope she didn't try to save me first. She is even worse at swimming than I am. Why is she wearing stockings? Okay. Those are roses as well. Obviously we just have to investigate this, because this is a possible murder scene, you know? Okay, done. Yeah, now we're done. Of course. To reassure her, I ended up going after you instead. She should be heading over here right now. I think we have enough time. So, how about it, Takakun? My little sister will be back in a few minutes. And I know a boy like you probably has never kissed a boy. Oh my god. And I know a boy like you has probably never kissed a girl before. So how about it? Want to claim this maiden's lips? Don't make me toss you back into the river, dude. How can you say no to that? Ah, such a shame too. I was looking forward to finding out just how your lips tasted too. They're actually quite dry and shriveled up. No. I'm not sure I want to find out I'm not sure I want to find out the flavor of a wet fox. Why not? I'm sure it's kinda tasty. Oh, I assure you, I taste a lot better when I'm wet. Oh god. Them innuendos. Somehow, I doubt we're talking about the same thing. How does she know? How do you know? Okay, I don't. Oh my god. I should stop just questioning everything and just assume that. Yeah. I felt my cheeks flushing up lightly at Machiko's comment, awkwardly scratching my cheek. That's what I was doing too. At her teasing comments. Besides, at this rate, you're going to catch a cold. Then maybe you should start warming me up, Takakun. More importantly, we need to get you out of those soggy clothes. Oh my, Takakun, so forward. Please, won't you unbutton my top for me? If you insist. My finger shook as I reached down to the laces of her bodice. I was blushing brightly, and my head was spinning as I felt my fingers touch the cloth. As I did that, there came a whoosh behind me, and I felt something heavy impact into my body. Oh my, this is like 50 Shades of Grey for, I guess, for anime guys. I couldn't stop my body toppling forwards, and where I was expecting a splash, I instead felt a nasty impact on the back of my skull. One-sama, I brought the... Oh no! Takahiro! I could barely focus on the blonde kitsune, as the blonde kitsune began to fuss over me, but it was no good. Between running my butt off all day, the tsundere tyrant, the rescue, and now the blow to my head, I felt myself slip into unconsciousness. No, that's the worst time to ever go unconscious, you know? Later that day. It felt like hours when I finally regained consciousness. And yet the first thing I noticed when I started to wake up was that something soft was resting against me. For a moment, I was curious about what caused this soft sensation, but little did I expect my questions should have been phrased differently. Who was causing that soft sensation? Oh my god! Machiko? I whispered softly. She naked. Naked fox girl. Wait, this is weird though. She has ear hair. I probably shouldn't be focusing on that at all. My voice easily betraying my surprised thoughts at seeing the fox girl resting beside me. Of course, it didn't help that she was stark naked, my gaze drifting along her features. I didn't really put much thought into it until now, but she was really beautiful. Maybe this is a chance. I had been a little bit curious about something till now, and deciding to get the answer I was seeking, I lightly lifted my hand towards her head, my fingertips carefully caressing along her ear. To my surprise, the fur on them was real, what made me able to think of only one explanation. So she's really a kitsune. And yet, while I was looking down at how peacefully she was sleeping, it was difficult for me to imagine she had been one of those troublemakers terrorizing the nearby village with their pranks. Well, anyone would have trouble thinking about that when you have this laying in front of you. She almost looked like an incredibly cute girl, a naked one at that also. Well, that increases the cuteness part, right? At the thought of her lack of clothes, my cheeks flushed up into a brighter red color. No, Suyuri, not again. Is she dreaming? Feeling kind of amused, I was about to poke her cheek gently, but the sound of footsteps made me quickly draw back my hand. Ah, Takahiro, you're awake! Shh, don't wake up One-sama. She's a light sleeper, and she's been super tired lately. Sure, Meiko-chan. Care to explain why your sister is sleeping next to me without any clothes on? You two looked super cute cuddling together earlier. Oh, we cuddled? Oh yeah. Hubba hubba. One-sama said that you said something about it being important. I did that? Oh, right, in the river. About important to take off clothes. So she took hers off, and then we took yours off. Oh my god. I didn't realize I was naked too. And then she was trying to keep you both warm by getting under the cover and laying in the sun. However, in the end, she fell asleep. I think just in the end. In the end, it doesn't even matter. You watched me just now? Yep. We were both sleeping so soundly. It was super adorable. I wanted to cuddle you both too, but One-sama told me off cuddling her in sleep before. I think I understand why. She does look rather adorable when she's sleeping like that. Yeah, adorable, am I right? Let's keep it at that for a bit, but I took a deep breath and asked, with my face as red as a tomato. I was about to open my mouth to say something when suddenly Meiko exclaimed cheerfully, "We brought you home to our mansion! We brought you to a spare room, cause it gets a load of light. I was only watching you for a bit, then I got bored, so I went and made some soup. One-sama always makes soup when I feel bad. Do you want some?" Sure, I could go for some soup. But Meiko-chan, before that, I need to address something pretty serious with you. I need you to go and get my clothes, because I'm kinda naked here. I lifted the blanket lightly, my eyes shifting their gaze downwards when my face turned from a blushing state downright into a perfect imitation of a tomato. Oh god. Though my thoughts were on my own predicament, I couldn't help but notice that Meiko seemed to lean a little to one side, trying to peek under the blanket, which only made me blush even more. I think I'm going to stay under the blanket for a bit. Could you please bring back my clothes? Ah, but you might wake up One-sama if you stay here awake. But if you insist, fine. Wait, some sentences just sound really weird. But you might wake One-sama up if you stay here awake. Okay. But if you insist, fine. I'll go get your clothes. You're no fun. I wanted to see what a human looks like, and One-sama forbid me from peeking. Please, just hurry up. The girl almost skipped to the door, giggling to herself. The door slid open, and she hopped outside for a moment, vanishing behind the paper screen. Once I confirmed that Meiko had left the room to grab my clothes, I turned my gaze sideways, focusing back on the peaceful expression of the slumbering kitsune. For a moment, I thought back about the things I heard in the village, about how these girls were supposed to be evil spirits and troublemakers. Yeah, it's so hard to believe, right? I mean, just look at those two. At her. Surely stealing underwear isn't exactly a nice thing to do, but when I look at her like this, I can't picture her as anything but a normal girl. I've seen normal girls, and normal girls don't look like that. While the temptation to lift the blanket was strong, I felt a little nervous about the thought. Still, as much as I tried to hold myself back, I couldn't resist the temptation of turning to my side and getting a better glimpse of her. Gingerly, because my hand is red, of course, or orange, my hand shaking slightly, I reached forward to take a hold of the blanket. No, Takahiro. Neither a gentleman or a hero peeks at a sleeping lady. Exactly. They do it when they're awake. Because then you can't be accused of anything. At least not something secretly. Because they are aware. And yet... Who are you kidding? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Prepare for your nosebleeds. I think. I don't know. In the end, the perverted little devil within me won the morality struggle. And with shaking hands, I reached forward and tried to lift the blanket. Stop! Yikes! I don't want any blackberries. My heart was pounding against my chest. My head was spinning right round. As I dropped the blanket, she was still dreaming, mumbling away in her sleep, but she had frightened the living daylights out of me. Meiko-chan returned and deposited my now dry clothes in my lap. She smiled at me and lingered for a few moments, as if expecting me to begin changing. Oh, of course, the soup. I'll go get it now. But don't change too slowly. I bet you'd hate me coming in and sneaking a peek. Never expect a guy to take as much time changing as a girl. It's a fundamental law among peeping toms and tammies. I didn't know the female version of a peeping tom is a peeping tammy, but yeah, you learn something new every day. Wait, you were planning to peek on me? I realized now that perhaps Meiko was more alike to her sister than I had expected. It sure sounds like you've got experience at peeking on people, Takahiro, and, well, maybe I was thinking about it. I'm kinda curious what the difference is between us kitsune and humans. Like, it was amazing how easily you carried One-sama out of the water. Is it because you're human? I don't have any experience peeking on people. Also, I think it might be more because I'm a guy. We tend to be stronger than girls. Not to mention, I practice judo, so it would be awkward if I can't carry a girl like your sister. Judo? Judo. Judo. It's a sport of sorts, albeit it's also known as a method to protect yourself and others. Is that why you tried to save One-sama? Well, that's not really what judo is about. Ultimately, saving a damsel in distress is all about a man's pride. Oh, then can you show me your man's pride? Ooh, wonder what she means by that. And just what exactly are you trying to see, my little sister? Uh-oh, she woke up. One-sama, I wasn't... That's not true. The soup. The soup's still cooking. I need to tend to it. The younger kitsune scrambled to her feet and dashed out of the room at high speed, her tail comically hanging between her legs as she did so. I turned to Machiko, blushing faintly, averting my eyes abruptly so she could pull the sheets back up around herself. Ah, I see you finally woke up, Machiko-chan. With you two hollering out judo and soup, how could I possibly remain asleep? I'm glad to see you are well, Taka-kun. Forgive me for taking such measures, but I feared that I was losing temperature too quickly and I needed to warm in a hurry. Oh, don't you worry about it, Machiko. It was my pleasure. At least, it was a more enjoyable sleep than you would have had in the cell. I doubt the tsundere tyrant, was it, would give you the same service. I kinda doubt it too. At least it wouldn't be the same. Let's say the hospitality was appreciated. I'm glad to hear that. If you would like to change, there's a screen just over there. I shall avert my eyes while you walk, of course. I guess one of us has to do it. While I watched Machiko close her eyes, hands covering her face as if she tried to reassure me she wouldn't peek, I climbed from under the blanket and made my way toward the clothes. Picking them up as soon as I reached the paper screen, started changing. If you could be so good, my robe should be upon the dresser. Could you pass them to me over the screen? It would speed matters greatly. Sure. Let me give them to you. After looking around for a moment, I found the aforementioned robes nicely folded up on the dressed. My heart skipping as a beat as I took a hold of them and turned towards the screen to hand them over, musing softly. Oh my god, I need to get some water because obviously, who doesn't get a dry throat looking at that, right? That's the reason. Say, Machiko-chan, how comes you two were causing troubles in the village? You two don't look like bad people to me. Well, it is a touch complicated. Meiko was researching a spell she wanted to perform, one that would allow us easier access to certain things we need, and one of the ingredients was maiden silk. The only silk I could think of was, well, you experienced firsthand earlier. Maiden silk? I guess I can understand why you thought of that, but isn't maiden silk another term for a wedding sash? It is in my world, at least. As I said this, the woman appeared around the side of the screen. I never knew that. What did you not know, One-sama? The maiden silk, it is a wedding sash. All our work was for naught. Oh, well, at least it's easy to get it. I'll just have to marry Taka-kun. Whoa, what? A few minutes later, as I possibly fainted because of the sudden wedding proposal. Is it me or are the dots getting increasingly more? After that little incident, we finally gathered inside a room that, judging from the layout, was the kitchen to have Meiko's soup. Despite the younger Kitsune's easygoing attitude, humming some cheerful melody, I found my cheeks still burning a little from embarrassment. To think a girl would tell me such a thing. Quite quickly shaking my head to clear the thoughts from my mind, I turned towards the elder sister of the duo. The soup is delicious, Meiko-chan. The one who usually... Oh, god damn it. The soup is delicious. Is Meiko-chan the only one who usually cooks in this household? Yay! I'm glad you like it, Takahiro. I don't usually cook, so I made a few lucky guesses. Wow. It is rather delicious, Meiko-chan. Perhaps you can do more cooking from now on. It would allow me more time to lounge around. Well, the first step to getting your wedding sash is to become a good housewife, and that includes cooking. I added a little in amusement to Machiko's comment while I took a sip from the soup. For a few lucky guesses, the dish came out pretty well. That's true. I'll learn how to do all the cleaning, and I'll cook for you, and, I don't know what else, but it'll be fun learning. Meiko, stop saying that. You know very well that it would be pointless for you to marry Taka-kun. The villagers do not know him, and despise us. They would never craft a wedding sash for us. That's not necessarily the case, Machiko-chan. It is clear you are not from this time or place. The village does not tolerate our existence. They hate us. They would never do a favor for us. A favor for a favor. All we gotta do is find a way to make this village accept you both. But I'm afraid to be able I'm afraid to be able to find out how to do that. I'm going to have to learn more about the village itself. The pale-haired woman shook her head slowly, her ears sinking down against her head as she did so. It's not that simple. They would never trust us. Humans and kitsune cannot get along in the long run. I am honestly surprised that you have tolerated us this long. I would be glad to be proved wrong, and you are free to stay here as long as you wish, until of course you grow wary of our ways and leave. One-sama, please don't speak like that. Takahiro wouldn't do that, would you? Takahiro? Of course not. A guy like me wouldn't abandon someone just because they are of a different species. That's not the way Gushiken Takahiro does things. However, I do recall the village elder telling me that it's not just kitsune. Humans and spirits have been on bad terms for as long as they can remember. It would be a good idea to discover why it became like that. I cannot recall. There is much information that is concealed even to someone like me. Most spirits keep to themselves these days. There are one or two exceptions, such as Tsuyuri, strong spirits who come and go as they please, but mostly they stay to their own world. We cannot. We are stuck in the human world, for better or worse. Huh? I never even knew that. Even I'm learning stuff now. Well, since Tsuyuri is said to dwell at the shrine within this forest, we could visit her for some ideas. No. We do not need to go see her. Absolutely not. Nope. I don't want to go see Tsuyuri. I don't want to go. I was slightly taken aback by the childish way of speaking that Machiko suddenly used. It almost reminded me of when I used to be told I would have to visit the doctor as a child, or the damn dentist, complaining and throwing tantrums along the way. But she's the only one who would be able to prove or to provide the answers we seek. I do not want to go. Tsuyuri is a fiend, and I dislike the idea of spending time near her. She can't be that bad, and if anything happens, I'll protect you. Fine. If it really means that much to you, I will show you the way to the shrine, but you will enter the grounds alone. I don't want to go anywhere near her. You're on your own there, Takahiro. Can I come, One-sama? Absolutely not. I forbid it. You are not to come with us under any circumstances, Meiko. Okay, One-sama. I'll stay here, like you said. I'll be here, in the mansion, all alone, unprotected, all by myself. Who knows what might happen to me? I could get trapped under a bookcase and die. Or slip over a banana peel and die. Or get bored and die of boredom. Because I'd be so super duper bored sitting here alone in the same place I sit inside, day in, day out. Yes, I get it, fine. You can come along too, but you must be on your very best behavior, Chibiko. No running around, no talking unless spoken to. Hi. Still, despite the cheerful exclamation of Meiko, I couldn't help but wonder what happened between Machiko and this Tsuyuri for her to react so strongly. Of course, little did I expect the answer to that question would soon be provided, but first, I decided that it wouldn't be a bad idea to spend some time with the kitsune to get to know them a little bit better. Well, I do got 2 weeks till I got to be back in my world. There's no rush to meet this Tsuyuri yet. How about we do something else instead? I'm sure Machiko-chan will like the distraction. Well, anything to keep me from that place longer is good. How about you take Meiko-chan and go fetch some dessert for us? There are some oranges, apples, and a small vineyard to the rear of the mansion, and I can whip us some cream to go with them if you like. Sure, that sounds simple enough. Let us get some delicious fruit, Meiko-chan. Okay. As Meiko led me towards the garden of the impressive mansion, she seemed a little quiet, like something was playing on her mind. I wanted to ask what was up, but something about the way her ears sagged and her tail hung told me it wasn't the best idea. so I decided I would simply try to cheer her up. So, which do you prefer, Meiko-chan? Apples, grapes, or oranges? We can gather all three, but I bet we could sneak a few ourselves first. I guess apples. Hell yeah, apples are the best. If I don't know what to say, I always just say apple. I don't know why, it's the weirdest thing ever in a conversation, but I just do it anyway because apples are fucking awesome. They're red, they're round, they're delicious. Apple. I knew a Kitsune Spirit before, a friend of One-sama, who loved apples. I can't remember her name though. I guess my head's just a little bit hollow. Apples are pretty nice. Hard on the outside, sweet on the inside. Oh yeah. And your head isn't hollow, silly. No, those are the other thing. No, not exactly. If that was the case, I'd say I'd be stuck in jail under the care of the tsundere tyrant. One-chan did most of the thinking though. I just sort of went along with what she said. Well, someone has to take the lead. Besides, I'm still grateful for your help, all the same. How about... I playfully raised my hand to flick Meiko's forehead and exclaimed with a grin. See? No hollow sound. Does mine sound hollow? No, not really. Maybe it does, I don't know. I have nothing to compare it to. I just have this weird sound, but yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of clever thoughts in that pretty head of yours. Ow! Big meanie butt. But at least you're reassured now. Anyway, let's get those apples, shall we? Okay, I'll get them. You go grab that collecting bucket. Alright, let's get down to business. Oh yeah. Business we shall get down to. Exclaiming cheerfully, I went to grab one of the buckets that was near the apple trees and returned to Meiko, who had started climbing into a tree. The girl looked like she was climbing well, but her hand holds were risky at best. She began testing apples to see if they were ready to fall, holding on with just her legs. Meiko-chan, be careful! You might slip! Ow! The girl had thrown an apple at me, and while my reflexes let me catch it with ease, the force behind it still stung my palm a little. Really? How big of an apple was it that it actually had like this thud sound when it fell into your hand? Of course, I did play it up for the girl too. Haha, I'll be fine, Taka. I've been climbing these trees all my life. Even the most experienced climbers end up getting in accidents if they aren't careful. I smiled weakly at the girl's excited attitude, lowering the apples I caught into the buckets. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm a kitsune, a spirit. I won't fall. I'm super safe. Watch. I'll go for the apples near the top. Wait, Meiko-chan, unless you can fly, I don't think you should go for those. Fly? I can't do that, silly Takahiro-sama. Whoever heard of a kitsune flyer? Of course, just as I expected the moment Meiko tried to reach for one of the higher apples, the girl ended up losing her footing and with a loud cry of surprise, tumbled down toward the ground. Meiko! Thud. Quickly, my reflexes kicked themselves into gear and trying to catch the girl before she fell onto the ground. The way this guy describes his reflexes is like it's something that he doesn't even have control over. It's like he's in control of his bodies and then all of a sudden his reflexes kick over and you're like, what are you doing, buddy? And then he just catches it. That's what it sounds like to me. Unfortunately, I didn't keep in mind some of the apples that were scattered over the grass, as a result causing me to trip over them, and while I staggered, I was able to catch Meiko before my imbalance caused the two of us to drop straight onto the ground. My head was throbbing once I had recovered from the spill. I moved to sit up, but I found myself pinned by a small but substantial weight. Oh, right. Opening my eyes, I looked up to see Meiko resting on my lap. Owie! I guess I tried to reach a bit too far. Thank you, Takahiro. You saved me. You gave me a soft, well, kinda soft and hard landing. Yeah, you gave me a soft landing too. Kinda soft and kinda hard, right? Okay. Meiko-chan, do you mind? You're crushing me. Wow! Oh my gosh, Takahiro, I'm so sorry. As the younger woman began to become quite flustered, I knew I had to calm her down. Gently, I tilted my legs beneath her, and she toppled forwards, her head resting against my chest. Well, maybe we've learned that kitsune are just a little bit clumsy. Or maybe we've learned that Meiko is even cuter up close than I thought. I mean, dude, pick one out of the two, unless you can have both, then go for both. But if you can't, then pick one of the two. What, Takahiro, I think you're mistaking me for One-sama. Nope, I'm clearly talking about you. You have that innocent side to you that is really charming. I wouldn't be surprised that once the misunderstandings with the village are solved, you'll have lots of people wanting to claim you as their adorable Imoto. I'd happily call you Oni-san, Takahiro, but lots of people in that village are super meanie pants. I just want to spend time with you and One-sama. Oni-san? And who's to say I don't want to be called darling instead? Darling? I don't know if I'm ready. Oh yeah, that's quite a big step, isn't it? Really? I'd say we'd be a cute couple. The hero and the kitsune, living happily ever after, with your One-sama around. Of course, she has to be there too. It can't just be the two of us. Raise a little family, we will have half human, half foxes. We already got a house, so we don't have to worry about that. Dude, this guy moves fast, man. He kind of fell on her, or she fell onto him. At least he had a safe landing, and then he saw her up close and then immediately fell in love suddenly and wants to marry her, get kids and all that kind of thing. And a guy in my world would kill for a pretty wife like yourself. Inwards, I chuckled, knowing all too God damn it, dude, why are you so teasing? Knowing all too well that my teasing was taking effect. And yet, I was also happy to see that despite her embarrassment, the foxgirl spirits were seemingly lifted. Thank you for saying so, Takani. I think Taka-kun would be better. Machiko-chan likely would disapprove of competition in the elder sibling role. I'm glad you cheered up. You seemed rather down earlier, like the way your tails and ears were hanging low. Reminded me of a poor scolded puppy. Huh? Oh, right. I was just thinking as all. You know that spell I wanted to try? The one that needs the silky wedding panties? Wedding sash. It's a type of belt that the bride wears during their wedding ceremony. I doubt any spell involving panties would be a good idea to cast. No, I think it would be an excellent idea. Oh, I thought it was like wedding undies that you wear on your wedding night. Oh god. But anyway, the spell. I don't know why, but I've wanted to try it for a little while now. And well, it's a gate spell. Not like activating one, that's easy, but actually making one. A portal to another place. It certainly sounds like a fascinating spell to perform, but shouldn't you ensure it's safe first? Silly Takani. That's not important. The spell, it might be able to help you. It might, but it could just as well send me into the middle of the sea, drop me from the height of Mount Everest, or trap me into a volcano. I think that we should be a bit more careful with your magic. I'm a good mage. That's what Harry said when he told Atlantis he had a solution to the water shortage. Well, he was right, wasn't he? They certainly don't have a water shortage anymore. Huh? What's Atlantis? A city with high ambitions, sunk deep by poor management. Anyway, I think it's best we get an expert's opinion first. We're going to visit this Suyuri anyway. Maybe she'll be able to tell us if your spell will get me home. Wah, but Su-chan tells me I shouldn't use magic at all. She said it was her domain to use or something. Maybe she has a reason for saying that. Like, maybe, I don't know, spells have side effects? You're just like One-sama at first. She forbid me too, but I showed her spells were really helpful and I can control them, so she let me do more research. I'm not going to just throw spells around like nothing. I'm not a dumb little kid. I'm not going to try to forbid you from doing anything. You're most likely old enough. Most likely. Cause, well, I don't know how young a foxy girl like you might be, but beware the dark side of magic. In most stories, magic usually has some nasty effects down the line. Like, what would you do if using magic gave you a terrible tummy ache, or a headache, or the diarrhea? Really? From tummy ache, headache to diarrhea, okay. Then better prepare a teleport spell to the toilet. I do get headaches, but those aren't really all that big of a deal, and I get to be helpful to Ine-sama, and I'm not going to change that at all. So there. I already mentioned you didn't need to change that. However, what you do need to change is the fact you're straddling me, and you're rather close, so I'd appreciate it if you could get up. Please don't get up. But you're so warm and soft. If I could just curl up and sleep on you. Let's do that. Come, Meiko. Wait, don't go falling asleep. Just teasing you. I'd not do that out here. Maybe tonight though. Only fair, since One-sama got to do it. But more importantly than all that, dessert. We need to get back inside. One-sama is probably wondering where we got to with these apples. I couldn't really argue with the girl's impeccable logic, right? It was the logic, right? With a smile, I helped the girl to her feet and gathered the few fallen apples into the bucket and stood myself. Fuck, I got attacked by a spider in the hallway just now. I was just walking in the hallway, and then like in the middle of it, like right above my face, there was like a spider web. I didn't see it, and then I felt like in my hair this long, you know, the spider web, how sticky it feels, kind of. I just felt it in my head, and then there was this spider dangling from one of the webs. I was like, I scared myself to death, man. Holy crap, do I hate spiders. Nevertheless, let's continue. We returned to Machiko and enjoyed our dessert together. It wasn't too long after that Meiko-chan started to feel sleepy, so Machiko took her to bed, wishing me a good night. The next morning. I awoke the next morning to the sun filtering in through the wooden blind shutters and yawned loudly. The girls it seems to be a very normal night for a change. The girls had very graciously given me an entire room to myself. Well, that wasn't necessary. And it was certainly a lot bigger than my room back home. It was still early in the morning, likely a bit before breakfast, when I decided to spend the short moment to gather my thoughts. It was clear that to learn more about my situation, I would need to obtain the wisdom of the spirit dwelling within the shrine in the nearby forest. Perhaps at the same time, I would be able to discover two more things that I found curious. The first was the fact that Machiko seemed surprisingly nervous when the spirit herself was mentioned. What could have possibly happened to make Machiko react like that? The second thing was more important, to solve the problem surrounding the hostility between the kitsune and the village. Of course, I couldn't forget about the fact I needed to find my way homewards also. But that's like, that's third priority. That's not first on our list. It was just around the time that I finished gathering my thoughts that Meiko's voice resounded from downstairs. Takani, breakfast is ready. Can you go and call One-sama? Sure, we'll be right there. I quickly made my way outside the room, soon finding myself within one of the corridors of the Kitsune mansion. Uh-oh, something's about to happen. Once outside, it didn't take long for me to find Machiko wandering down the corridors, her lips curving into a smile when she saw me. No need to look for me, Takakun. Meiko's voice reached me loud and clear. Oh, that's too bad. Because I wanted to knock on the door, and then or actually don't knock, just accidentally walk into the room. Oh, whoa, is this your room? Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, Machiko-chan. Did you sleep well? It was a decent sleep. Perhaps a little lonely, though. Ah, you should have told me. However, you seem to be getting along well with my little sister. Takani, huh? Maybe I should consider you the competition, a rival in the quest for the heart of dear Meiko-chan. To be the most to be the most fondly cared for elder sibling. She seems attached to it. She seems attached to it. I guess I'll be stuck with that name for a while. Oh? Is it not to your liking? Well, maybe you would prefer to be called Darling instead. Holy crap, this woman knows me. She can read me like a book. You were watching us? Indeed. Stalker. It was taking you both such a long time. I grew rather curious as to your antics, so I snuck out. But I didn't see you at all. Well, I am a kitsune spirit. Hiding myself from a human is like playing hide and seek with a child. But I've seen children actually win at hide and seek. I used to play with my nephews, and it's either I'm really bad or they're really good, or I don't know. I got found every single time. Not that there was a good hiding spot anyway. Then why didn't you two use your hiding skills from the samurai girls? Now that you mention it, that never occurred to me. Well, it was certainly fun getting chased by them. Plus, Meiko tends to not have a lot of control over her change. She is far too excitable, I think, to maintain an illusion. It is her one magical blind spot. I can't imagine it would have still been fun if the tsundere tyrant caught you both. That certainly would have been an unpleasant scenario to imagine. Then again, I'm sure you would end up saving me, Takakun. I could notice the subtle difference in Machiko's voice. The sweet sugar-coated words. Sweet sugar. I fucking love sugar. That caused my cheeks to flush up tightly or lightly. Not tightly, we don't have Botox. I really wasn't good at dealing with this girl's flirting attempts. Swiftly stepping backwards, I turned myself towards the staircase at the end of the corridor and replied in a hurried tone. Meiko-chan is waiting on us. And with that said, I rushed towards the kitchen, with Machiko giggling behind me as she followed. Good morning, both of you. I fixed up some eggs and toast for you. There's some oranges too. Wonderful. Thank you, Chibiko. You are getting better at this. She didn't even taste it yet. For all we know, it tastes like shit. To be able to wake up with the knowledge a pretty girl made my breakfast, it's good to be alive. And perhaps one resting next to you too? That was a bit of an overkill, especially condition said girl was resting next to me. As if, on cue, I recalled the sight of the sleeping Machiko yesterday, my cheeks coloring up a little, while I quickly sat down at the table, trying to distract myself by changing the subject. So, thanks to you two, I learned a little bit about your world. How about I return the favor and talk about mine? Any questions you two might have? Oh, yes, I want to know. What are the spirits like in your world? Spirits, you say? For a moment, I tried to think about her question before I replied with a sheepish grin. Well, in our world, spirits are actually something out of folk tales. Like they appear in stories and certain religions. Even worship them, but it's not like we get them running around like in this world. Folk tales? Worship? Your world is strange, Takakun. That's kinda boring. What about your life? Are you a defender of your village? You said something about judo before. What is that? You mean judo? Well, in my world, people got to go to school. Yeah, what a terrible world that is. That's basically a place of knowledge where you learn a lot of things before you're considered an adult in our society. But in my world, the defenders are known as the police. They keep the peace and such. I'm just a student, or you could say that I'm still studying to become a defender, not just of my village, but of my whole country. It was an over-exaggeration, but it felt kind of pleasant to call myself a defender. That sounds weird. Are the pole eyes like the army? Pole eyes, police. Defending the whole nation? Your world is very strange, Takakun. I wouldn't call it strange, Machiko-chan. If this world is, it's this world that is a bit unusual. Well, it depends on the perspective, right? For them, this is normal. For us, this is weird. For them, our world is weird. And for us, this world is weird. And for us, our world is normal. There we go. Full circle. But no, the police are not the guards of a village. while we have an actual army around to defend the whole nation. Either way, your world sounds like fun, especially if everyone's like you. Anyway, we... Oh no! No! Oh, gosh dang it! These oranges have gotten worms inside of them! Ew, 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 ew! One-sama, did you forget to check them again? Oh, how terrible! Perhaps that was a day I had become overcome with fatigue, and could not possibly pull myself from my bed sheets. Oh, I have that every day. Pooh! Big ol' lazy meanie! I'll just have to go and get some apples instead. While Meiko went outside to grab some apples, my eyes drifted toward Machiko, who was looking with a content smile at me, clearly pleased by something. Why are you pushing them up? There's no need to push them up, actually. Ah, it's so good seeing her in such a good mood. It's been a tough few months, I must admit. She was upset that her magical skills had not been progressing as fast as they once did. We all have our ups and downs, especially with studying. I still remember how oh damn it, I actually turned off the sound, didn't I? Damn it, I wonder why it sounded so quiet. There we go. That's more like it. This should be a bit better. There we go. Alright. Damn it. Oh my god, especially with studying and then something I missed. That sounds rather stressful. Tell me, Taka-kun, what is that you study? I am intrigued by the school notion. Well, my situation is a bit different from most. While I go to school like everyone else, my main focus is actually on becoming an athlete. To explain it in a way you might understand, an athlete is someone who performs a certain sport, and those who are among the best represent their countries. Actually, in like how they represent anime, Japanese like high school and such, with the after school and activities with sports and such, I actually like that a lot. But yeah, sadly in Europe you don't have it a lot, and in I guess in America you have it mostly for college, not that much in high school. I'm not sure though, I don't know much about their school system, but the way it was portrayed in a lot of animes, I actually like that a lot. Nevertheless, because I watched Prince of Tennis and that was kick-ass. I myself have an upcoming competition that would decide if I can represent my country at judo. I believe I understand. Your focus is on your strength, honing while still gathering knowledge to allow yourself a multitude of options. An interesting method. I must thank you, by the way. I guess you could describe it like that, and thank me? Indeed. I believe that your appearance has a lot to do with Meiko's newfound joy. She is even singing out there. I have not heard her sing in weeks. It warms my heart to see her so overjoyed, and it is because of you. Thank you, Taka-kun. I doubt it's just because of me, but you're welcome. I smiled bashfully at Machiko before I continued speaking. Then again, I should also thank you for busting my rear out of jail. I don't want to imagine what it would have been, or what I would have been doing if I was still in the care of the tsundere tyrant. Haha, you are most welcome. Please do not be so hard on Mio-chan though. There are many things here beyond her control, but it is perhaps out of our hands for now. I still wish to thank you, Taka-kun. I was wondering how I might repay you for bringing such joy to Meiko-chan. I do wonder what turned the village to look so unkindly upon you and Meiko-chan. And repay me? How? Please enlighten me, woman. For a moment my thoughts drifted towards a certain idea, but my cheeks quickly turned a scarlet red at the thought. I can't ask such a thing of her. You have to just subtly point towards it, and then they'll like maybe come up with the idea on their own. I don't know. I mean, for all they know, all he just wants is a hug or something. I don't know. We're just gonna keep being innocent because it's all just it's not directly said, so you can, you know, take whatever you want out of the sentence. I mean, you can find its deeper meaning behind it, but I'll just keep being innocent because that's what I am, an innocent little boy. Fuck it. I'm not sure I have anything in mind. Just your smile is enough payment. Oh, that's the lamest option ever. You are a true gentleman, Taka-kun. A shame. I was thinking of such naughty things to do. The kitsune giggled gently to herself as she turned back to the garden. See, dude, you ruined it. Watching Meiko struggle to climb down from a tree with an armful of apples. Meiko-chan, there are only 3 of us. Your belly does not count as a 4th person. Speaking of a 4th person, I cannot help but notice that from what I was told, you two used to interact with the spirit of the shrine. What made you get so nervous with this, or when this Tsuyuri is involved? Yeah, that's not so important. Oh, is that a giant bird carrying the seed of the world tree? Oh, maybe it is. I should go and... Wow. Oh, Tsuyuri Dono. Thank you for visiting us today. Machiko-chan is right over there. Ah, Tsuyuri! No! I'm sorry! I've just been busy. Please, forgive me, Tsuyuri-sama. Huh. To think she'd get you so flustered. Is she that amazing of a person? You don't understand. It's complicated. There are certain skills that I, as a kitsune, can muster to use. A certain way of talking and acting to subtly influence how people perceive me. They are... I suppose they'd be like social skills. For spirits, Tsuyuri completely negate mine, and it leaves me feeling rather nervous and childlike. I see. So basically she's immune to your flirting. Damn, that's gotta be sucky. And for a moment my mind was connecting the dots when I planted the palm of my head against my forehead. Hand against my forehead, there we go. Face palm. Now I get it. Machiko-chan is afraid of approaching her because this Tsuyuri is an even greater flirter than her. But if she's flirting with you... I see. You swing that way. Dude, I already figured that out at the beginning. Somehow I suddenly felt rather disappointed for some reason. I couldn't exactly grasp. Because you won her. That's not true! Well... Maybe slightly about her being a stronger. I mean, she is an overpowering presence, and it does not allow me to properly do my thing. I don't know why you're talking about swinging though. It means that you know, like girls. Oh, really? Well, how about we all forget about Tsuyuri, and I'll show you exactly which way I do swing, Taka-kun. Yeah, let's get this on. That won't be necessary. Seriously, if I were Takahiro, this would have been an entirely different game. She must have been quite a challenge to deal with though, especially since I briefly lowered my voice to whisper under my breath. You're already a handful to deal with when you start teasing. Haha, you are perhaps less of a gentleman than I thought, Taka-kun. Well, then what would I be? A lovable rogue perhaps? Or maybe you see yourself as more of the hero type. Obviously I'm a hero, a perverted one, but still a hero. That's the best kind of hero. One-sama, Takani! Welcome back, Meiko-chan. How did the hunt for the golden apple go? No golden ones, but I got a load of good ones. Even one that's shaped like a heart. You can have that one, Takani. An apple shaped like a heart. That's a curious thing. But could this mean you're confessing your love to me by giving me a heart? Maybe I am. I seriously think Ichikawa would kill me if he saw me in my current situation. Why, thank you, my fair lady. I shall savor every moment of its sweet flavor. Gasp! Meiko, how could you betray your love of me, your one and only sister? Has all we have done together meant nothing? Oh my! But I love you too, One-sama. I found a super big apple that you can have. Polygamy at its finest. Well, you've both got to eat up. We're going to go and see Tsu-chan. Wait, what? I thought we would at least have to request her permission and waited until she grew bored enough to reply. True, but when I was picking apples, I found one of her tiny familiars, and she said she wanted to see us today. Oh, poopy. Oh, here we go. Following the directions the familiar of Tsuyuri had given Meiko, we set off from the mansion. The 3 of us picked our way into the forest, fortunately without getting lost this time. under the construction of the tiny familiar. It didn't take long for us to get past the place where Machiko had fallen into the river last time we entered the forest. But they say a warned fox is worth two, and this time she avoided any missteps. So according to the familiar thingies, the shrine is supposed to be up ahead? My gaze had fallen upon a series of stairs that started to ascend from the dirt path up towards a hill. A gate of sorts standing at the top of the hill. Oh no! What could she want to see us for? She never summons us. She always just bumps into us. Why? Why has she called us? You're so silly. I'm sure it's nothing to be nervous about. Maybe she's found a way to stop my headaches, One-sama. Now that would be wonderful, but there's no use in guessing when she's up ahead. With a stride of confidence in my step, I swiftly climbed the stairs. The girls quickly followed in my wake. One with bold steps, and one with rather shaky, slow paces. Come on, One-sama. Why don't we make a game of it? To take your mind off of where we are. We could play Hop Along Dandy. Hop! Haha. Meiko-chan. As I watched, the spunky girl hopped past me, giving out commands that the older girl seemed to follow. They both moved one step at a time, either hopping, stepping, or jumping up to the next step. When one fumbled, the other got to take a step, and the command then switched to the other girl. I watched in amazement as the panic that had almost set in Machiko vanished as she played this silly little game with her sister. Soon the two sisters reached the top of the stairs, and a voice I could have sworn I heard before resounded through the air. How cute, Meiko-chan! How cute! Meiko-chan hasn't changed in all those years, still hopping around on my doorstep like a little bunny. Yeep! The voice seemingly made Machiko let out a cry of surprise, her body making a light tremble while the source behind the voice revealed itself, right when we arrived at the shrine grounds. This looks very familiar. It seems that this is kind of just a gateway or a portal between the different worlds. The shrine. The one responsible for this nervous reaction seemed to be a familiar figure that hopped off the gate and landed gracefully before us, her tail sweeping back and forth through the air. Yep, it's her. And Machi-tan! Oh my god. That bra, how does that even work? I don't know, but it's fine by me. I'm so delighted to see you again. It's been a while since we last played. How have you been? Have you been doing well? Hi, Su-chan. We were playing a game. Hello, Suyuri-sama. We're doing well. It did look like an incredibly cute game. Then again, it might be because two really cute kitsune were playing it. Still, I'm amused you didn't join them, human boy. Couldn't keep up with their steps? I was more focused on meeting you than playing a game. How unfortunate. To ignore the appeal that games hold. To always look at life with such a serious and worrisome mind setting is unhealthy. Isn't that right, my dear Machi-chan? But that's not fair, Tsu-chan. Takani didn't know the rules yet, and it wouldn't be fair to bring someone in part way. He was learning how to play. I'm sure he'll take part next time. It's not, healthy? The kitsune took a deep breath and closed her eyes, composing herself. But Meiko's right. Taka-kun was learning the game. It's not his fault. She's so stuttery. I'm just teasing him, my darlings. Oh, they're already on the darling level? No need to get so worried, but I can imagine what brings you three here. However, I'm surprised about one thing. But Su-chan, you called us here yourself. I did. That's not what I'm surprised about. It's the fact that your Taka-kun here is with you two. Doesn't it strike you both as odd? A human being so friendly with spirits. The last time I saw that one was when Machi-tan was still a toddler. Is that what makes me curious? Why is he here with the kitsune rather than the samurai girls who are closer to his kin? That's because the guards from the village, they arrested him because of our actions. He helped us to escape, but got taken instead. We rescued him and let him stay with us. It's nothing bad, I swear. He's just a nice human. He seems to be, not from here though. I didn't mean it in a bad way, my dear. Rather, it's fascinating to see a human protect a spirit. But of course, he's not from the village. One like me takes little interest in the close-minded humans of this realm. So you could say your thoughts are correct. That boy is not from this world. Well, you should know, you teleported me here. And yet, he might end up playing an important role, whether he likes it or not. I mentioned this to Meiko-chan and Machiko-chan before, but it doesn't matter to me whether they are spirits or humans. Still, despite the fact, I like this world. I do like to get sent back to my world. I do have an important match to take part in. Ah, right, your upcoming battle. Let us discuss the matter inside the shrine, shall we? We will wait for you here, Taka-kun. With that, it seemed the kitsune wouldn't accompany me any further, my steps growing a bit more hesitant, feeling a little bit nervous about being left alone with this woman. Yeah, especially with that tail, she seems like, oh my god, there's even, what's that called? This around her tail. What's that called? Chains, there we go. She would probably chain me up if I even said something bad. And here we are, at the place our first conversation unfolded. I guess now is a proper time to introduce myself. My name is Tsuyuri, and just like your two companions, I'm one of the spirits that inhabit this realm. And yet, you're different than them, isn't that right? How observant of you. Yes, there is a difference between me and most spirits. The spirits have a hierarchy among them. The stronger a spirit, the higher they are in standing. Of course, for our race, power often is associated with experience. So you're saying that you're an ancient being? No, I wouldn't go that far, Takahiro. It's rude to question a girl's age. I thought it was weight, but apparently it's both. But onto the subject of your desire to return to your own world. You're going to send me back? Great! I'm afraid sending you back is beyond my capacities. Wait! Weren't you the one who sent me here in the first place? That would be an incorrect assumption. It was your wish at the shrine that sent you here. Did I really wish for... Well, I would have wished for this probably, yeah. I did mention that during our first encounter that this place is special, didn't I? Now I thought about it, she did mention something along those lines. I briefly closed my eyes, trying to recall what she had mentioned before. The shrine is a place of power. That's right. Since you have spent time with the kitsune before you arrived, you likely know that there is magic within this world. However, it's not that Meiko-chan possesses said magic, rather her body is able to establish a connection to the magic within this world. Oh, that sounds a bit complicated. It's not that complicated, it's just magic is everywhere in this world and only certain people can connect with it, I guess. Basically, people who can use magic normally can only do this because their bodies have a special link to the world's magic. Try to imagine it like this. The magic within the world flows through several gateways. We commonly call them mana gateways. While those who possess the ability to magic do so because they contain a certain part in their body. A mana receiver could be a term for it. So you're also connected to the world like this? Ha! No, my boy. I am not borrowing the magic of this realm. I am a powerful enough spirit to perform magic on my own. However, this shrine is located on a mana gateway that could translate to the explanation how the shrine in your world is said to be capable of granting wishes. Then why can't you use that magic to send me back? Because it's not my magic that brought you here. It's the magic of the shrine, or rather, the world itself that pulled you into this realm. So you're saying that I'm stuck here forever? Not forever, you simply need to carry out the world's will. Oh great, you're saying that this planet has a will of its own? And how in the world am I going to learn what it is up to? That's what you have me for, silly. I'm the guardian of this shrine, so obviously I know its intentions. In your case, the task you were given was quite a harsh one. Don't tell me that I'll have to collect wedding sashes and marry Machi-chan in the process? You wish. I kinda do. All teasing aside, this region is having its fair share of problems. It's been a long time now that the spirits dwell within the realm shared with humans. But it hasn't always been like this. You mean the spirits have a world of their own? Yes, we used to have a world of our own, but that realm has started to merge with this one, causing some spirits to find themselves trapped here. Unfortunately, this all occurred before the more powerful spirits had the opportunity to reverse the damage. So Machiko-chan, Meiko-chan they don't belong in this world, albeit neither of them likely remember it clearly, since they were still akin to a human toddler when they were sent into this world. I started to understand it slowly. The reason why the kitsune and the villagers were at such uneasy terms. Anyone would be restless if beings from another world that you had never seen before suddenly arrived at your doorstep. Is that the reason why there is such tension between them and the villagers? I'm afraid that the Kitsune sisters are the victim of a misunderstanding. You see, Machi-tan and Meiko-chan aren't the only spirits in this country. There are others within this country, and that leads exactly to the problematic situation. You mean there are other Kitsune in this region? Not Kitsune, but they are also spirits. They were sent into the realm just like the Kitsune sisters, but unfortunately, they were sent rather far from here. While Machi-tan and Meiko-chan were close enough for me to take care of, the others were in an entirely different story. How exactly do you mean? Did something happen to them? Four spirits were sent into this region alongside Meiko-chan and Machi-chan. When the worlds briefly merged, unlike the Kitsune sisters, those four didn't have anyone to watch over them, and as a result, they have grown rather spoiled and wild. You're saying that they are wild spirits who are rather spoiled? That sounds like the recipe for trouble. Yes, they have grown oblivious to the way human society worked, and their behavior made humans mistake those spirits as monsters. Even now, those girls and their games are mistaken as assaults, and as a result, there is such a tension between the spirits and humans. So then it's because those spirits are troubling the villagers that Machiko-chan and Meiko-chan are discriminated? Stop racism. Racism? Oh my god. For some reason, I don't know what's wrong with me, something with my mouth, but I'm pronouncing words really strangely. I said racism instead of racism, but yeah. Stop fox racism. You could say that's the reason. Then why did you try to stop those monster girls? Because I can't leave this forest. I'm the guardian spirit of the shrine, so I can't leave my domain. Let me guess, I have to do it. Then again, I couldn't help but wonder what purpose Tsuyuri had behind telling me about the spirits. Could it have been related to finding my way back home? Then solving the problem with the spirits could be my ticket back to my own world? Possibly. I wouldn't be surprised if dealing with the four spirits would help solve the problems between the spirits and the humans. While it will be difficult to track them down, there might be an opportunity for you soon. An opportunity? I'm sensing one of them heading through the forest toward the village. Perhaps if you can convince Machi-tan and Meiko-chan to help you save the village from whatever antics they are up to, you might be able to make the villagers at least accept the sisters. That idea did make sense. If Machiko and Meiko were seen saving the village from a threat, they might have been forgiven for the little maiden silk scenario. I just hope this will work. Only time will tell. For now, it's best you get the girls and hurry towards the village to stop the wild spirit from causing a mess. Nodding my head in agreement, I quickly ran outside, trying to think of how I would convince Machiko and Meiko to help me save the village. Certainly, it would have been great if they were praised as heroes and their past pranks forgiven. but I imagine that the sisters wouldn't have had that many fond feelings towards the villagers after the treatment they received. I wonder how he'll solve the challenges set before him. I soon found Machiko and Meiko talking near the staircase leading back into the forest. The two girls looked like they were playing a game similar to hopscotch on the wide shrine step. Now it is time for me to figure out how to convince the girls. Aha, Taka-kun, is everything well? You look concerned. Tsuyuri told me some interesting stuff. Oh? What was it? Did she tell you Machiko's bust size? Oh yeah, she sure did. Meiko! Owie! Haha, no, nothing like that. Wait, how does Tsuyuri know that? Okay. And even if she offered to, I would have declined. I'm a gentleman. She told me about recent events, and I think I found a way to get you both accepted by the village. Wait, Tsuyuri-sama told you? What did she tell you? She's not told us anything. She didn't go into many details. She just told me that there are feral spirits that are doing their spirity thing, which the people of the village think that they are under attack. Attack! If we can convince the villagers that the other spirits are just playing, maybe we can figure out a way to protect them. And if you help doing so, maybe they'll warm up to you. Yay! That'll work for sure. Tsu-chan and Takani are so smart. Whoa, wait. Meiko, calm down. Taka-kun, there's no way the village will change that easily. Even if we convince the elder, the two guards will never forgive us for our theft. I firmly believe in the thought that I'd rather try something and fail than to regret having not tried. Exactly. If you never shoot, you always miss. Of course the two guards will be upset, but perhaps after our heroic efforts to save the village, they might be more willing to listen to your story. Try something and fail than regret not having tried or having not tried. But won't you be sad if you fail despite having tried so hard? Well, that is if I fail. Nothing is set in stone, so it never hurts to try. While I was rather certain of this idea, I knew I had to convince the girls that this plan would work. Of course, with the amount of confidence my tone carried, it was only a matter of time before Machiko started to consider it. I am not so sure, Taka-kun. Do you really want to face the wrath of Mio head on? If it's for the sake of my friends, then yes. And perhaps, if we're lucky, she finally shows that their side of her, I don't know. I'm for it. I want to play with the people in the town. I want to be able to eat the delicious smelling foods. I want to learn about them. What about you, Machiko-chan? Don't you want to be able to wander around without the constant thought of being haunted and chased by the village? This could be the only chance you'll get. I suppose with both of you being so enthusiastic, I do not have much of a choice in the matter. It would be rather nice to be able to trade for some sake from some sake from the human world. Spirit sake is quite bland. That's the spirit. We should hurry toward the village then. Very well, Taka-kun. In the meanwhile, within the village, the attack of the dots. The two guards who had just returned from a patrol had found their village in an uproar. Chaos reigned supreme as villagers fled screaming about some monster that had arrived at the market plaza, and obviously the two of them, armed with their weapons, rushed in to deal with the threat. Another attack already? First those crafty kitsune crooks sneak in twice, and now this? Hikage, report! What is it this time? Several shop owners all report seeing the girl enter their shops, take food and eat it without paying. Oh my god, such horrible deeds cannot go by unpunished. Then seemed to turn see-through. What? Oh wow, she turned invisible and then melt away. She was reported nearby, but one girl causing so much havoc in my town? Useless guardman. Hikage, come with me. We will deal with this one girl ourselves. That, I don't know if I can. What do you mean? Oh, a spirit. Right, Narumi. I need you to ensure that no one gets near. I'm trusting you with this." To the relief of Narumi, the katana-wielding girl stepped forward into the shop, which had a crowd of people gathered around it. "Devious monster, show yourself to me this instant! Surrender yourself, and I might let you go free." However, the moment she tried to enter the building, a large pink mass surged outwards, knocking her back onto the grass. "Mio!" At Mio's shout, the shadow stirred from under a nearby building, and upon closer inspection, a girl seemed to be occupied drowning several bottles of sake before she dropped them and turned to look at the source that startled her. When she moved into the light, it became revealed that she was in fact not a villager, but a slime girl. "What? That tasty drink got spilled because you shouted. Now I'm a sad girl." Slime girl? Oh my god, we suddenly turn into the weird part of this. You know, when you just are browsing YouTube for no reason, and then you just click, "Oh, cat video, oh, this kind of video," and then suddenly you're at the weirdest fucking video of your life, and you're like, "How the hell did I end up here?" Ahem! "You are not welcome here, Spirit. You have caused chaos, and that tasty drink, as you say, is not yours. You are a thief and an interloper. Leave immediately." "I'm not a thief. Besides, what's an interloper?" "You're trying to act like a smarty pants just because I don't know those fancy words." "Typical. It means you do not belong here. This is not your place." "Liar. The forest is my home, and this place is part of the forest, and therefore I am not a thief. For everything in the forest belongs to me and my sisters, including you." What do you mean? Don't try anything funny, Spirit. I have fought against your kind before, and I stand strong here today. Hikage, evacuate the citizens! Seems the human girl wants to play. Do not belittle my defense of this village. The woman lunged forwards with her katana drawn and slashed through the spirit's body. However, the slice that appeared sealed up almost as quickly, rendering that attack completely ineffective. Haha, that tickles. Yeah, it's hard to cut through slime. With the sword stuck inside the slime girl's body, the spirits quickly lashed forward, spraying several jets of slimy substance against Mio, who soon found that the slime that came into contact with the clothes started to melt it. Uh-oh. Let's see how confident you are without your sword and clothes. Oh my god, she's turning her into a slime girl as well. Humming the last part with a childish playfulness, the slime girl pushed the swordswoman down onto the grass. The slime that had been splattered on her started to harden and stick her against the ground. Holy crap, it actually ate clothes. What? What the? Let me go! Cheater! Devious fiend! Did they really have to, like, accentuate certain parts of the body? If you look closely, okay. Haha, you're the silly one who tried to use the sword against me. Exactly. Sword is no match for slime, as you can tell. Neither are clothes. Don't you know girls like me can easily bounce off such things? Besides, this way I might be able to continue eating in peace. Now be a good girl and be stuck there while I grab more yummies. Never! I will not rest until you are vanquished! Damn you! It's useless. Once my slime hardens a human like you won't be, a human like you, alright. You won't be able to just break out of it, especially one who is powerless without a sharp stick. I assure you, I am more than just a monkey with a sharp stick. You will never break my stamina. You will not make me silent. Mio strained at the sticky, solid mass, clenching her fist as best as she could to try and free herself. The slime cracked here and there, but nothing that would indicate that it was ready to yield. Yes, you're a stuck monkey, but you are kind of loud, it gives me a headache. Playfully tapping her forehead, the slime girl giggled at Mio's desperate attempt to break free. Just answer me this. Why are your spirits targeting us? You could go anywhere. You could spend your days hidden deep within the forest, and yet you constantly attack us, constantly throw our lives around like they were nothing. But the forest is boring. There isn't anyone around to play with aside from my sisters, and you humans are such a curious bunch. albeit it's no fun that you all raise your swords, torches, and pitchforks anytime we visit. Yeah, put down your pitchforks, people. It is even less fun having to rebuild our homes every time you visit. It is less fun having our lives ruined every time you are bored and wish to play. We are not toys, you monster. We are humans, proud, wise, strong beings with soul and minds. We will not stand idly by as you terrorize us forever. I don't know about the pride and strong part, because you do realize that if it wasn't for my slime, you'd be giving the villagers a show they wouldn't soon forget. That's not... You're the one who... My clothes are... That's not important right now. If it wasn't for you, Goo, I would still have my clothes on. Fiend! Monster! Bratty little... thing! Oh, you'd rather have me remove my slime? Then again, you're kind of annoying me with your nagging. Maybe I'd need to punish you a little. Uh-oh, let the punishment begin. The slime girl smiled mischievously at Mio, causing the slime that covered the girl to push more strongly against her body, also painfully so. This is nothing compared to what this village has had to endure. I only came by to get some yummies. You're the one who made the show out of it. You took from many shops without paying for it. Actually, maybe I should wrap you in a cocoon and drag you back to my home. That seemed like one of those movies. Oh, isn't that from the movie Cocoon actually? I don't know. Then I won't have to visit the village to play with someone anymore. If that's what it would take, I would do anything to protect this village and the people inside it. If you can promise me that you will not return to the village, then you aren't exactly in the right position to make demands. Stop! You can't go in there! There they are! Meiko! Go! Use your magic! Right. The sound of rushed footsteps came from the crowd outside when suddenly the slime girl felt her body growing warmer than normally. Small flames, sparks, seemingly resonating around her body, causing her body to slowly melt. At the same time, from amidst the crowd, 3 figures appeared to obstruct the slime girl from their prey. 2 kitsune, one of them apparently muttering an incantation of sorts, while the others were holding some sort of ritualistic staff. Trailing behind them slightly was the Naginata wielding guard, who was being accompanied by a guy. There we go, the heroes coming into play. Please, Narumi-san, we are trying to help. I don't want to have to stop you. If you think you can save Mio, then okay. Just know that if any funny business goes down, I will chop your head clean off. Right. I hope the girls know what they're doing. Sakura, what are you doing here? You, Kitsune! While the slime girl was being distracted by the Kitsune, I ran over to Mio's side, using all the strength in my arms to tug her at the slime that covered her. Yeah, let's free her. However, the only thing I seemed to do was tear lightly at it, and it would take a bit before I could free her. They are here to help, so use your energy for something useful, like tearing this damned slime rather than yelling at the top of your lungs. Wow, they spelled lungs wrong. Machiko, have you come to play with them also? Please, tell your sister to stop her spell. It is rather tingly. Meiko, keep up the good work. No, Sakura, I have not come to play. You are a fool, a bubble-brained moron. Why are you harassing the villagers? If you wanted food, you know you should come to the mansion. Meanie Machiko, you can't tell me what to do. Not to mention, the food from the villagers is tastier than the fruits at your place. Besides, I just wanted to play with them after I had some yummies. But then they started screaming, and this monkey girl with the sharp stick tried to scare me away. I will not stand for these insults. Just you wait until I am free. One-sama, the spell is almost done. If I keep going on, it might... Just a little more, Chibuko. Sakura, I do not wish this to happen. You know what will occur if Meiko's spell is allowed to continue to work. You might get stuck in your midget form for a long time, and I am certain you do not want that. Leave this village, please. Are you going to melt me? That's unfair. My sisters won't be happy to hear Machiko and Meiko sided with the silly humans against me when all I was doing was playing with them. I'll be back. And with those words, the slime girl seemingly started to melt into a pool of water that moved out of the shop and soon disappeared from sight. Bye bye, Sakura. After the slime girl had disappeared from the village, I succeeded in tearing off the slime that covered Mio. Oh yeah! However, with the slime seemingly shattering into tiny pieces, Mio was found to have lost any form of cover, causing me to quickly raise a hand to cover my eyes. Well, you put your hand in front of your eyes, but obviously you leave some holes. Don't you dare look at me! In a hurry, the girl rushed away, most likely to find a change of clothes. With the slime girl gone, the villagers turned towards the kitsune with confused gazes. The tension in the air was thick, so thick it was almost moldable, as they seemed uncertain what to expect, when finally a familiar figure emerged from within the crowd. The elder? It is a pleasure to see you again, Takahiro-kun, even if the circumstances surrounding this meeting are rather odd. What are you saying, Elder? That man is clearly in cahoots with the spirits. Wait a moment, those girls just wanted to help. One-sama, my head hurts. It's okay, sweetie. I'm here. Just hold tightly onto me. I'll protect you, and so will Takani. It's a trap. Silence. How dare you act with such hostility towards those that just saved your homes? The crowd seemed rather startled by the firmness in the old man's voice, but soon obeyed. Some of them feeling rather ashamed all of a sudden. You better be. It is clear you and your companions have not come here with ill intentions, Takahiro-kun, but you must forgive the villagers of its nervousness and hostility. As you have most likely noticed already, contact between the spirits and humans have been rather problematic at best. I can understand that concern, but will you at least hear me out? Very well. If this is what you desire, then it will be the least we can do for those who have helped to save this village upon this day. However, let us wait for the chief of guard to return. I believe it will be important for her to hear what you have to say. I'll go find her. Oji-san! Feeling grateful that the elder had granted me the chance to carry out my plan, we waited for Mio to return. Thankfully, the elder brought us to somewhere private, where Machiko could tend to Meiko without the crowds of villagers looking on in contempt. How many times am I going to have to say, I am sorry, I froze, okay? I panicked. Your sword technique is stronger than my naginata. What was I even going to achieve? That is unacceptable. I will reprimand. What are those creatures doing here, Hayate-sama? This is highly irregular. She's highly irregular. Shh, Meiko-chan. They are our guests, Tsukino-dono. You shall treat them with the respect they deserve. Now take a seat and listen to their tale. That's an order. Yes, Hayate-sama. First and foremost, let me express my gratitude for helping save this village. While Tsukino-dono's brave attempt to stop the spirit followed us to prevent the damage from expanding, I dread to think of the fate that would have awaited her should the spirit have been allowed to have her way with one of our villagers. That doesn't seem to sound like a bad thing. Therefore, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for saving Tsukino-dono and the village, Takahiro-kun and Kitsune-san. No problem. Tsui-chan told us to do it. And besides, Sakura's a stupid, smelly meanie pants. Your gratitude is accepted humbly, Elder-san. Narumi-chan, Tsukino-dono. Thank you, Meiko-chan, Machiko-san. You really helped us out in a pinch there. You've got more guts than me. That girl had me terrified. Have you not considered that they are still working with that monster and this is all just a ruse to sneak into the village and steal what little resources we have left? The man sighed for a moment before his gaze sharpened at Mio. his tone surprisingly stern compared to how he had been talking. So harsh was his voice that the warrior women visibly flinched. Mio, you seem to be underestimating the power of the spirits. If those three had joined forces with that spirit there, would have possibly been no village left to defend. The man sighed deeply and shook his head while he explained further. Be grateful not all spirits are against us. If that was the case, we would have no chance. Do I need to remind you we can barely stand our ground against them when on their own? Should they collaborate, all would be lost. Hayate-san, you must understand my situation. I simply cannot play pretend like I am friends with the spirit, not after everything that has done to us or has been done. But for now, I will at least remain silent on the matter. There is more at stake here than my personal feud. Know this, Kitsune, if I find either of you doing anything untoward, I think, I will personally test whether my sword goes through you as ineffectively as it went through the monster. There shall be no such deed within this house. Now, Takahiro-kun, you mentioned you wanted to tell us something. Could it be related to the younger one of your companion's comment? I find it curious to hear her mention the name of an elder spirit like Tsuyuri. Yes, in fact, what I'm about to tell is something I learned directly from her. You mean you met her in person? I nodded my head firmly while I started to speak. There's a reason, let their speech begin. There's a reason behind the fact that the spirits have a peculiar behavior towards the humans. Doesn't it strike you as odd that there are only spirits in this particular area? It is true that there has been no spirit sighting to be found outside this region, but what does that have to do with us? It has something to do with this region, rather than the people living inside it. You see, the spirits that have been troubling you, they aren't of this world. You mean to say... Taka-kun, what are you saying? We are spirits, but surely we are still of this world. One-sama, what does that mean? Tsuyuri told me you two would likely not remember it, because you were akin to human children at that time. However, it's a fact that the spirits have a world of their own, and an accident has caused both worlds to merge temporarily with each other. It is the same reason why Tsuyuri is the only elder spirit among you. Then wouldn't it make more sense if there were actually more spirits around? Not exactly. The rift between both worlds was sealed quickly, but not before a few spirits were trapped here. Machiko-chan, Meiko-chan, and the four spirits were those that were unfortunate enough to be separated from their kin. However, I believe Tsuyuri willingly crossed into this realm to watch over them. Machiko-chan, Meiko-chan, you two remember being raised by Tsuyuri for a while, right? That's private. Tsu-chan took care of us for a little bit, but then one day she took us to the mansion and sort of just left us. Now we can only visit her when she wants us to. And what about the four other spirits? Despite being a powerful spirit, Tsuyuri has to act according to certain limitations. As a result, she was unable to reach the four other spirits and was forced to leave Machiko-chan and Meiko-chan behind once they were old enough to fend for themselves. I don't know what to say. I need a minute. Might I use another room to compose myself? I'll show you. I'll take you somewhere and look over you to make sure you don't do anything fiendish and all that. Come, Machiko-san, this way. When Majiko and Narumi left the room, I sighed softly and turned my focus back into the conversation. Now, about the panty theft? Ah, right. The Kitsune seemed rather adamant about obtaining the underwear of our guards at all costs. What purpose did that hold? Surely those girls have undergarments of their own? It was a simple mistake. The spell said it needed maiden silk. How was I supposed to know that it means something other than silky things a girl wears? It was an innocent mistake. Of course, a kitsune wouldn't know that maiden silk is another term us humans use for a wedding sash. Innocent, my rear. If they really thought that, they could have just used their own. Yeah, what? That's where you're wrong. One-sama and me don't have any. Oh my god. You two? I think we should quickly change the subject. Yes, we should. So, going on, Suyuri suggested that we find a way to help the village. It might go some way to mend the problems with spirits, and might grant them enough favor within the village for the sash. But for what purpose would they have needed such an item? Pooh, silly man. I already said I needed it for a spell. Meiko-chan, the village elder isn't a magician, so you can't expect him to understand your intentions. Basically, Meiko-chan has been studying a spell that will allow her to travel to another realm. Why would she desire such a power? Why not? That's the question. Imagine for a moment, Elder-san. You're far away from this village, stuck without a way to return to your beloved ones. To make matters worse, you're in a place foreign to you, with beings that are unlike any you have known your entire life. Like I am in this situation. Now, if you had a power that would allow you to go anywhere, where would you go? You're saying that? Yes. While they weren't aware of it, they must have subconsciously felt they were different from you all. They were foreigners in a world that wasn't afraid, and the only thing they desired, to go home. Home. Kinda, I guess. I just wanted to cast a spell to see what it did. Tsuchan told me if I ever felt like that, I should ask her first, but then go with it. So I did, and then she didn't warn me about anything, so I just thought it was like any other spell. And yet you seem persistent in completing it, even if it means getting into troubles with the guards. I think it's a natural thing, Meiko-chan. Whether it's humans or spirits, everyone desires a place they call their own, to be able to be accepted for who they are. Isn't that right, Elder-san? But I'm accepted for who I am, whenever I'm with you, Takani. I'd certainly feel sad if everyone ended up rejecting me, just because of who I am. Surely not all spirits are good beings, but perhaps we have been too quickly at judging them all for evil beings. For a moment, I saw the elder's eyes wandering sideways to the room Narumi and Machiko had entered, and his gaze softened. Unfortunately, some of us had suffered quite harshly by the events that unfolded with the spirits, so it will take time for people to come to terms with those feelings, Takahiro-kun. Meanwhile, in a room off to the side of the main room, the guard lieutenant was watching over the older Kitsune as she seemed to be in the grips of a minor panic attack. No, this can't be right. This can't be true. I am from this world. This world. I belong here, don't I? Maybe you should sit down or lay back or something. I can get you some pillows if you want. Or... No! You could not possibly understand. You cannot know what it is like to have everything you knew your whole life just pulled out from under you, completely. Actually, I do. What do you mean? It was a while ago now. I was just a kid, maybe 5 years old. There was an incident with those other spirits. I don't know exactly what happened, but there was a big fire and my parents got trapped inside our house. They never made it out, so yeah, don't tell me I'm not all that, because I know what it's like to have your whole world shaken. I am sorry. I did not know. I could not have known. That's almost worse. You should know. You should know exactly what it did to me, how it made me feel. I'm sorry? I do not know what you are talking of. Narumi, was it? Narutan. Naruto! What? That's what you used to call me, Chi-chan. You used to call me Narutan. Oh wow, they actually lived in this village when they were little, I think. We used to play together almost every day. That's how you should know. I was with you when the incident happened, and you didn't even remember. The kitsune collapsed to one knee, clutching at her temple. I remember the village, glowing, orange, a girl younger than me, resembling you. Why could I not remember before? Machiko? My head hurts. I remember you were crying. You screamed for your parents, and then you were calling out my name as I ran. I had to. The villagers, they wanted to catch spirits, all spirits. They didn't care that we had been playing by the river all day. I couldn't explain to them. I had to run. I can't believe it. Narutan, I am so sorry. The kitsune reached forward to touch the guard, who pulled backwards instinctively. As she did, the pain seemed to dispel from the kitsune, who looked more relieved and confused about the whole ordeal. No, not yet. I can't just sweep that all away. It aren't so easy. Wow. But you did stand up to the slime creature, the one you called Sakura. You risked yourself for Mio and the village, and that's worth me at least you giving a chance. I aren't promising miracles, cause she barely listens even to me, but I'll try and talk her down. She aren't the cold. What's with this grammar? She isn't the coldest. She isn't the cold, heartless captain everyone thinks she is. Thank you. Thank you for giving us a chance, Narutan. I promise, Meiko and I will do our best. Perhaps you could tell me more of the incident. If I try to remember more, the pain might return. I'd rather not, really. It aren't a happy... What the hell just happened? I mean, before the sentence kind of, at least most of them just were pretty good. They made sense. It was proper grammar. This one, now like every other sentence, it just doesn't make sense at all. It's in a different, what's it called? Time? I don't know what it's called. But yeah, it isn't a happy story. But if you can do me a favor, I might be more willing to tell you. I want to get stronger. I couldn't do anything earlier today. I couldn't protect anyone. I haven't got the brains for magic or anything like that. But that Takahiro had some pretty flashy moves before. Get him to teach me some, and I'll tell you more. Deal, Chichan? I'm not too sure. That seems like something of a weighted deal on your end. Perhaps you can sweeten it for me, just a little? Always the charmer. Alright, how about this? I'll tell you something about when we were younger, when we used to play together, in the woods, near the village. There's a little stream there that we used to fish in. Sometimes you used to sneak in with me, and we'd play pranks on the shops. Moving stock around, knocking on doors and running away. Silly kid stuff. Sometimes you even showed me your magic, your illusion abilities, but you said you didn't like doing it all that much, because it made Meiko cry. That's right. When Meiko saw me transform for the first time, she got so scared. She ran away from me and nearly hurt herself. How could I have possibly forgotten that? Narutan, thank you for telling me that. I swear, I will get Takakun to aid you. Thank you. The woman stepped forward once again. This time wrapping her arms around the surprised guard, who did not pull back. The two women embraced lightly, the kitsune shaking lightly as she did so. Hey, come now. We should probably get back. The others likely would be wondering where we've gone. Oh my god, just look at all of them, all four of them, standing in front of me. The elder is kind of ruining it though. Forgive my time away. I must admit, I was not expecting such revelations. Takakun, have you explained the situation? I believe they all understand it now. Albeit it might take a bit of time before the village comes to terms with it. I do believe it will be our best interest to see ourselves the true nature of the kitsune. While I can't promise friendships will be forged today, let it be known that from now on the kitsune are welcome in our village and will be tolerated like any guest would. Thank you, Elder-san. My sister and I are very grateful for your hospitality. However, just like our villages, the laws of our kin shall apply to you three also. Takahiro-kun, I believe it will be in your best interest to learn more about the village. Tsukino-dono, Narumi-chan, I'll leave him in your care. And that doesn't mean stuff him in a cell in the prison. She's disappointed. You've got it, Oji-san. We'll do our best. What about Meiko-chan and Machiko-san? I'd like them to stay here for a moment. I need to discuss something with the two girls about how we deal with the other spirits should they return. Hayate-san, I would like to remain with you for that conversation. It is my duty to protect the town and those within it from any perceived danger. That includes you. I also believe the information will be useful for me to hear firsthand. Of course. I expected nothing less from you, Tsukino Dono. Narumi-chan, how about you take a walk with Takahiro-kun? And don't consider this a date, young man. You're going to need a bit more heroic next time. Need to be a bit more heroic next time. You help the village to get the right to date my granddaughter. The man laughed heartily while I blushed, a weak smile upon my lips while I was seemingly expected to be taken out for a walk with Narumi. Well, at least this time I wouldn't get cuffed and taken to jail, so perhaps it could end up being a pleasant walk. Of course, it was not to be. Even the elements seemed against the village today, because barely a minute into the walk, the heavens themselves opened, and we were soaked through. Letting out a yelp, Narumi grabbed me by the hand and pulled me towards the nearest awning to shelter from the rain. Oh, and rainfall this suddenly? This is just typical. Today's just going from bad to worse. I didn't think the rain would be able to douse your warrior spirit. Pah, warrior spirit? Yeah, I really had that by the bucketful today, didn't I? You're sounding different from last time we met. I could have sworn you would have shouted, "Ha! If you want to stop the great Narumi, you better step up, or you better up your ante, Mother Nature. Send me a tsunami, an earthquake, or a tornado, and you might stand a chance." Might. Yeah, well, that was before I realized what a weak, cowardly person I was. Mother Nature doesn't need all that to stop me. I'm not great. I'm just a girl who's trying to impress someone they never can. All it takes to stop me is just some drizzle. For a moment, I frowned, trying to think of how to respond to the girl. It appeared her inability to stop the slime girl from causing havoc and embarrassing her chief had led Narumi to feel like she had failed somehow. It was at that point I recalled a certain scenario and decided to act. Rather swiftly, I grabbed a hold of Narumi's shoulder while my other arm wrapped around her arm, almost looking as if I was about to comfort her, but it was then I decided to use a judo technique, and almost as if I was the hero from some manga about to use a secret technique, I shouted proudly, "What? Hey, stop! Oh, Surikomi Goshi!" Using the strength I had trained from years of judo practice, I easily spun the girl over my shoulder and onto her back in the rainy grass before us. My eyes gazed down sharply at her while I repeated the words I recalled from a certain manga. "If you let one loss break your spirit, then you're unsuitable for being a warrior. It's because there are people around that you get the motivation to improve. Stronger people, rather." It's strange that he suddenly just decided to throw her on the ground with a judo move, but okay, that's apparently how we roll. We just do that shit every now and then. Gotta get it out of our system. That doesn't prove anything. You took me by surprise. You look like you're going to kiss me, then you toss me back. Exactly, man. Cheap move. At least do the kissing part first. I didn't plan to kiss you. This guy seems to have every girl. It seems like they could be somehow end up together or something. I don't know. He seems to have chemistry with every single one of them. So yeah, I'm assuming he's kind of the Hugh Hefner of this game. You go, boy. And now you made me forget my heroic speech. Get up and grab your weapon, Narumi. If words don't cheer you up, then let's talk like warriors do, through battle. Wait here. The woman pushed herself upwards and barged past me, stomping into the building, which I only now recognized was the guards building I had been held in the day previously. I waited under the wooden slats as the rain thudded down onto it, causing it to run down in heavy drips. A few moments later, I heard a loud thudding, and through the door, Narumi bursts. Oh yeah, here we come, girl. In her hand, she held a naginata, similar to the one she normally used, but with a different head. In a moment, I got to glance at it before her attack landed. I could see that it was not nearly as sharp as a blade would be. Does she really have to, like, push those things together? I mean, okay. Hiya! It took all my speed to be able to raise my arms and grab a hold of the shaft of the weapon before the attack crashed onto my body, making me quickly push her weapon sideways while I darted forwards. Pushing my hand against her chest with all my force behind it, I attempted to open her posture for a vulnerability for me to expose. That's it. You're not some sort of weak-willed girl who is going to lose her fighting spirit that easily. Shut up! You didn't even know what's bothering me. I'm going to beat the snot out of you, and that'll make me feel better. Narumi-chan, didn't you forget one of the most important things about a fight? Yeah! The woman gritted her teeth and lunged towards me. A wild, angry strike that would have been ridiculously easy to dodge were she not so fast. As it happened, I was just faster than her, but the whoosh of air that shot past me made it clear she was not pulling her punches. I don't care. It ain't important. I couldn't do it. I got scared and I let everyone down. That's why you failed as a warrior. I can read every emotion behind your attacks. You're angry at yourself for being unable to stop that spirit, right? Disappointed at yourself for lacking the courage to face them alone. Well, Narumi-chan, you're not some lone hero who has to do everything. I quickly pushed her naginata upwards, a quick slide of my body nearly knocking the weapon out of her hands, while I raised a hand to flick her forehead before stepping backwards. Did anyone told you that you had to beat that spirit? Or rather, why didn't you stop to figure out for a moment that you got friends and companions to deal with an enemy like that alongside you? A hero who fights alone is a hero who dies early. It's why both you and Tsundere Tyrant aren't able to defeat that spirit when you try to beat them by yourself. How? How am I supposed to stand by her side when she's so much better than I could ever hope to be? How can I stand against the spirits when all I am is a human with a sharp stick? Mio lost her sword, but she never lost her resolve. But I lost mine as soon as things became dangerous. I'm worthless! The woman snarled at her as her forehead was flicked, and she lunged forwards again, lashing out with her spare hand, aiming for my temple. I ducked, and slipped back, narrowly dodging the swing of her naginata. I noticed that she had switched her stance a little and was choosing a closer range attacking style. The only limits we have are those we impose upon ourselves. If she's better, then just keep practicing to improve yourself. Even I got people I want to overcome. That's what the wonderful thing with martial arts. Why haven't you tried talking to her like this? Because I can't talk to her. I need to just be strong. She does it without relying on anyone, without bending or yielding. I can't do it. I can't be like her. Is that really the case? Perhaps you merely don't know what the source of her strength is, but in your case, it's just a matter of finding your resolve. Well, there's the problem. I don't have any. I'm just a dumb little girl who needs to be saved all the time. Come on, stop talking like that. Don't you have something you want to protect at all costs? There's nothing at all? Not your family, your friends, your village? You just turn up for the paycheck, thank you very much? You're right. There is nothing. I lost it all already. The woman's next attack caught me by surprise. She flung her weapon towards me at full strength, hitting me in the arm, which made me flinch, and turned away from me, slipping on the wet grass beneath. She scrambled to her feet before I could react, and began running towards the forest. She's running away? Narumi-chan. I chased the woman as fast as I could, barely keeping up with her as she picked her way through the trees until she slowed down, coming to a stop on the edge of a small clearing. The music of the previous, like when she was attacking or we were fighting, it just made me so hyped up when I had to read everything fast, and now it's so calm, and now I feel like I can just talk slowly again, pant. You're certainly a warrior of speed. Why did you come all the way out here? Why did you follow me out here, damn it? I didn't ask you to come. I didn't want anyone else coming here. Leave! I'm not going to do that, Narumi-chan. A hero never abandons someone in need, and a master never lets his pupil down. What are you talking about? It's not so important. Won't you at least tell me what has gotten you this worked up? I know you panicked back when a wild spirit attacked, but that is an acceptable reaction to a situation you don't know anything about. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Oh yeah, look at the anger, or is it more like, I don't know, resolve? Is she forming her resolve? No answer came from the woman. She was looking more intently at the little glade than me. Rolling my eyes, I turned to leave, but stopped when I noticed 2 small wooden grave markers. Oh wow. Time marked but well maintained, sitting under the shade of a tree. Narumi. My parents lost their life during a spirit attack. I was lucky enough not to see it happen firsthand, but I'm still alone. I lost my best friend then too. When I saw Mio trapped, I got so scared that I was going to lose her too. I just kinda shut down. My mind blanked. Takahiro, I envy you so much. You're trapped in another world. You might never see your family and friends again. But here you are, still so positive and so eager, and you're trying to help everyone. How do you do it? I do worry about whether I'll be able to return to my world or not, but I realize that just sitting here and sulking around will get me nowhere. I'd rather spend my time helping everyone. And yet, I don't think you lost everything that day. I mean Mio-san is still here, so perhaps she can become the reason for you to seek power. And what about the elder and the other villagers? Aren't their trust in you enough of a reason to fight? It is just so hard. I'm so weak. I can't fight, but you can. Can you help me? I need to get better. Your skills are incredible. If I can get stronger, then maybe I can finally be worthy to finally protect those I care about. Mio-chan, Chi-chan, the village. Well, I'm going to be stuck here for a while anyway. I don't mind lending my aid if it makes you become stronger. Then again, if you had controlled your emotions during our last fight, I would have been counting stars in the dirt. But who is this Chi-chan? That would be an embarrassing name for a village elder. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that. Can I trust you, Takahiro-kun? Of course, my lips are zipped shut. Chi-chan is Machiko. Oh, you two already bonded that much she earned the nickname? It's a little complicated. We were friends when we were kids. She was the best friend I lost. The villagers, after the incident, went on a witch hunt, got rid of every spirit around, shoot them into the forest. I've not spoken to her since then, until today. I doubt Machiko-chan changed much from how you remember her. Well, perhaps aside from the fact she might not have been such a huge tease as a child. No, but actually, she was a tease back then too, only not so focused. She used to play fun little pranks, like hiding a bucket of water on the door so I'd tip water on someone, or hiding a frog in someone's boot. It was so much fun. I generally hope the next generation of children in the village doesn't take you two as an example to follow them. Bah, you're no fun. It's only a little bit of harmless silliness. We made sure no one ever got hurt. Even the froggies we rescued. It's just a shame it all ended so quickly. Why do you not try to reform your friendship with her now that they are allowed to inside the village? Perhaps it's an opportunity for both of you. I hope so. I know I had a lot of fun when we played, but something was weird when I spoke to her earlier. She didn't seem to remember anything, and trying to remember hurt her. It might be nothing, but you never know. Perhaps something happened when she fled the village that made her unable to remember the event. Nevertheless, I do think we should return to the village. This rain, the rain stopped. I didn't even notice. They'll still be looking for us though. That and I turned my gaze away, my cheeks burning a light red color as I pointed towards the chest. Oh my god, did one of them fall out? Oh right, see-through. Your clothes are soaked. Ah, you're right. Yeah, they're almost see-through. That's not supposed to be something to be amused about. Says you. My body is fantastic and deserves to be shown off. You go, girl. You tell him. I doubt your grandfather wants you showing it off to anyone at all, let alone a guy. Anyway, back to the village before you catch a cold. The girl nodded. With one last look at the 2 wooden markers, she turned and began to walk back into the village, with me following behind her. We all walked back to the town, exchanging idle chatter. I managed to establish that, while the girl was training her body well, she lacked a lot of discipline, and despite her feelings of inferiority, a fair amount of spirit to her. She led me to an unfamiliar building on the outskirts of the town and deftly unlocked the door. Welcome to my humble abode. Isn't much to look at, but I keep it tidy, and it's nice to have somewhere private. If you wanna, you can chuck on one of Oji-san's old robes from when I was just a kid while your stuff dries. This used to be his place before he became the elder, and I never really cleared it all out. He won't even notice you're wearing his stuff. You can change in the bathroom. I'll get into something else. Before we could move, there came a heavy thudding outside, and a young guardsman appeared at the door. Hikage-san? There you are. We have been searching for you. We need you to come to the Elder's Hall right away. Oh, of course, right away. The guard saluted and snapped around, heading off to his other errands. Narumi closed the door behind him and walked back to the fresh pile of clothes. Oh my god. Woman? Oh my god, we're really playing this game? And she started stripping in front of me. Of course, my first reaction was to quickly cover my eyes with one of my hands. What is the other hand doing? But what surprised me even more was that Narumi seemed not bothered in the least about the fact I was around. Narumi? Why are you stripping before me? What's the matter, Takahiro? Never seen a girl's undies before? Oh, that's not true, is it? You saw mine yesterday. Maybe you've just never seen them on a girl. Well, I would say that I've seen a lot of things in my life, but a girl willingly stripping before me without any reason hasn't been one of them. What would your grandfather say if he heard you? I started stuttering for a moment as I briefly imagined a vision of how Narumi would have looked without the undies, but quickly cleared the thought by shaking my head. Don't shake your head. Well, he's not going to find out, is he? It isn't a thing. We need to get going quickly, and we need to get moving. So get your clothes off and change, dang it. It's a matter of decency. Aren't you embarrassed knowing there's a healthy guy in the same room? Does it really matter whether the guy is healthy or unhealthy? It's strange to mention that, but okay. At this rate, this and that might happen, and we're going to be late either way. So might as well get really late, right? If we get late anyway. Not really. I don't mind if it's you, Taka-kun. I'm honored. I'm honored to see you in your underwear. I wouldn't mind any of my friends seeing me like this. Miyo-san has seen me naked lots of times. Oh, I knew it. I knew it from the moment I saw you two girls. It's not the same if a girl sees you like that when a guy does. Anyway, I quickly turned around, trying my best not to peek while she was changing, and declared firmly, "Tell me when you're done changing. God knows this kind of stimulation is unhealthy for my mind. If you'd quit your babbling, we'd be done already. Get your clothes off and the dry ones on." With that, I felt hands grab my hips from behind, and without any other warning, my trousers were yanked down to my ankles, and a firm kick to my rear had me stumbling towards the wardrobe, forward towards the wardrobe. Change! Oh my god, she really took off her clothes? What the... This music... I can't help but laugh. Yes, we can. I mean, no need to kick me. I sighed in frustration. Sexual frustration or what? While my earlier deduction was clearly wrong, whether it was the tsundere tyrant, Narumi, Machiko, or Meiko, they were all clearly the type of girls that went against any type of common sense I had been used to in my world. Maybe it's just the type of girls that are in this world? That's just how the girls are here, apparently. No shame or no... it's not necessarily shame, but it's just they don't really care about showing off their body, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Besides, it's not fair that you're the only one getting a show. Hey, keep your eyes on your own clothes. This isn't a peeping contest. Good thing too, I stand no chance of winning. She got us there. Well, I admit your side certainly has the more interesting view. Can't argue with that. I mumbled softly while sneaking a peek at Narumi while I was putting on the old robes that were in the wardrobe. She seemed to change most of her clothes by most of her clothes by now, replacing them with the near identical dry ones. It made me wonder why she had more than one set of the same clothes. When it struck me, you have a strange uniform here. Huh? What uniform? These are my clothes. Are you saying I dress strangely? Not at all, just that I noticed they resemble your other clothes a lot. Then again, I'm not one to speak since I'm the guy from the other world. There's not a lot of choice when it comes to clothes here. If you were in a big city, maybe, but here, you find something you look good in and you stick with it. Some folks don't even get half spare clothes, so I'm quite lucky really. I guess it would be hard to find a tailor in a small village, especially since judging from the conditions of this world, getting the fabric for said clothing might be rather difficult. Yeah, it wasn't easy even before, Oji-san said, but with the spirits around now too, it's almost impossible to convince traveling merchants to come here. People do visit sometimes to pay respects at the shrine, but they've stopped coming lately too. Makes sense. Few would be willing to risk their lives peddling goods in a small village knowing some wild spirits dwell near it. That's asking for troubles. She's asking for trouble too. Oh yeah, oh dang it. I'm going to need some help here, Taka-kun. Are you done changing? Yep, I just finished putting on the sash of this robe. Anyway, what do you need to help with? My wrap has come loose. Can you pull it back and tighten it for me? I've never been able to get it right on my own. As she said that, she pulled her top up, presenting her back to me. She wants me to tie those wraps? Feeling slightly embarrassed at the thought, I tried my best to keep my thoughts pure. No. Well, I took a hold of the end of the wraps and helped pull them back to tie them into place, making sure they were neither too loose or nor too tight for the matter. Why not? Come on, be a man. Pull it tight and tie it. A little surprised at her reaction, I decided to listen to the command and pull it even more tightly than I did earlier, proceeding to tie it together while sighing loudly. As long as it doesn't pop, well actually we want it to pop out, right? This isn't good for my heart. There, that wasn't so hard. Come on, let's hurry. Oh, you look good, like a handsome young businessman. This totally isn't a tuxedo. I look more like a monk than a businessman. Smiling weakly, I quickly followed after Narumi, who was already in a hurry to leave the room. No. We dashed across the village to the elder's house, Narumi grabbing a weapon as we ran. As we got there, we heard a loud yell and exchanged worried glances before pushing through the door. Halt, villain! Oh my! Prepare yours. Oh, did we cross into a different dimension? Stop it! Never! I will vanquish you! The scene that lay before us was unlike anything I had seen. In one corner, Meiko was cuddling a large, empty bottle, sleeping and giggling to herself. She giggles in her sleep? That's kinda cute, I guess. At the back of the room, the village elder was hitting a large casket with a lock on it, and grumbling to himself. And in the center of the room, Michiko was pinned to the floor by Mio, who was tickling her mercilessly. What? So Mio went from basically hating the damn, what were they called? Kitsunes or something? I forgot it, but yeah. From hating them to now fooling around with them. Naruchin, help me with this. The chest is locked, and all the sake is trapped and suffocating. We need to rescue it immediately. Yeah, because the sake, it breathes, you know? Oh, Kami, help us. They're drunk, Taka-kun. Can you stop those two? Oh, right, that's another option. Now, this was a battle I wasn't expecting. While I nodded my head in confirmation to Narumi's request, I turned towards Machiko and Mio, trying to decide on how to deal with the two of them. In the end, with both of them drunk, it might have been easy enough to get Mio to release Machiko. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, the two girls roughhousing on the floor bumped into the table and knocked over a saucer of sake onto the both of them. Ah, really wet now, and you spilled sake. Wow, no fair. The fox girl pushed herself upright, flailing like a spoiled child at the girl, before turning tail and running through the door. Heavens help us! Who knows what she might do, Naru-chan? Please, go get her. In this stage she'd only make stupid advances at me. Right. Narumi ran off after the drunken fox girl, leaving me to take care of the remainder. Mio-san, you need to come with me. You need to change into something clean. Oh. You just want to see me naked. You got me, girl. Alright, let's do this. What? No! I'm not a pervert. Why does everyone think I want to see boobs? Because who doesn't? Well, granted, I do want to see boobs, but I have honor, damn it. Ha, nope. I'm not going to do anything. I'll stay here and swim in sake. Or sake, right? I think it's sake. I sighed and looked down at the woman who was indeed now attempting to swim in the tiny puddle of sake that had been made. I took a deep breath and prepared myself. Tsundere, chief. The enemy has been sighted in the hot springs. They are about to overwhelm us at any moment now. We need your reinforcements right away. Of course, it was just a bluff I had thought of on the spot to get Mio to leave, but little did I know the consequence of what just said. What? We must vanquish them at once. Come on, private pervert. We must raid the hot springs. Aren't we supposed to defend? But before I could finish my sentence, Mio dragged me by the collar of my robe toward one of the doors of the building. No! Attack! Attack! Get into the hot springs and attack! I'll be in soon. And with that, she shoved me through the door with a hefty kick. Why always the kicking? The door slammed shut behind me. My hearing was not perfect, but I could have sworn I heard a yelp and a tumble afterwards. Oh my god, this is where all the good stuff happens, of course. It always happens in a hot spring. The place she had pushed me in was a large, open area, which was encircled by a tall bamboo fence. There was also a small communal area for more delicate washing. Sighing to myself, I began to tidy the area a little, removing sharp objects and small obstacles that the drunken woman might have injured herself on. And there I waited. It was 5 minutes before I heard the door open and close, and before I could turn around, I heard the gentle slosh of someone stepping into the waters of the onsen. Ah, the water's great! Hurry up and get in! Whatever happened to attack, attack? As I said that, I turned around, expecting her to stood in the water in her clothes. And yet, the sight that awaited me was far from what I would have expected from the tsundere tyrant. There was no katana slicing through the air, nor any harsh words being shouted. He always gets like this private one-on-one time with every single girl in which possibly something could happen, but yeah, for some reason he doesn't want to. Silly boy. Rather, it appeared that instead of such things, there was an attractive-looking girl, wearing only a simple towel to cover her body, who had decided to take a seat in the hot spring. Mio-san? Well, it might have been a result of the consumption of all the alcoholic beverages, but the warm smiles she shown me caused my thoughts to briefly pause. Care to join me? Well, if you don't mind, get in the water. Yes, ma'am. In a rush, I moved over to the hot spring, nearly slipping over the wet tiles in the process before I made my way into the water without any embarrassing flips through the air. I folded my robe, but kept the towel I found around my waist. Today certainly has been hectic, albeit the last thing I expected for you was for you all to gulp down some sake like a baby drinks milk. There we go. The woman said nothing for a short while, regarding me with a faint grin on her face. It made me feel very nervous. I almost preferred it when she was shouting and angry. You're no slacker. I can see you train a lot. Huh? Briefly caught off guard by her comment, I quickly gathered my thoughts and nodded in return. Well, I do like judo, so it's natural for me to train my body a lot. But the same can be said of you, Mio-san. Yeah, you trained that body good. While you look, rather feminine, I could easily notice the strength in your swordsmanship. It shows diligence and talents, but above all, experience. You took up your katana from a young age, didn't you? Thank you. She leaned back against the rocks and let out a sigh. You could say that. It took me a long time to become competent with a blade. Long days and nights training tirelessly in the wind and the rain, callousing my hands and feet on rocks as I ran, all to toughen myself up, to make myself strong enough. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think. I just thought you were really strong. It is a horrible sensation, knowing nothing of your early life. I just know I turned up here in rags. The guards found me out in the woods one day, whilst on patrol, starving and dirty. The previous village elder took pity on me, and she took me in. Oh, she was... her family just abandoned her? Damn. Everything was nice for a time. Narumi's family took me in, treated me like one of their daughters. Then the incident happened. Seeing the village that had taken me in, fed me, clothed me, given me shelter, and had accepted me, suffering because of the actions of the spirits, I couldn't take it. As the woman spoke, she let out another sigh. It seemed the alcohol was making her a bit more talkative, which was certainly not a bad thing. I just hoped I wouldn't be suffering under the tsundere tyrant's wrath when she remembered all this tomorrow. After the incident, I felt something deeply, like I had to do something. I couldn't just let myself sit by while everything fell apart around me. Everyone was devastated by the fires, but their spirit was so much stronger than mine. On that day, I pleaded with the previous chief of the guard to train me, to make me strong. I wanted to protect the village, to protect Narumi at any cost. She eventually agreed, but told me I would need to make my mind stronger first. And that's why you became, you can say it, tsundere tyrant? I don't know what tsundere is, but tyrant isn't far off. I didn't want to drive everyone away, least of all Narumi, but I had to. And otherwise, the loss would hurt me too much each time. Spirits weren't our only problem. Bandits, weather, beasts. The village needed protecting from it all. It had become my purpose, and it made me distance myself from everyone else. I see. And that explains why you have so much animosity towards Machiko and Meiko and the other spirits. That's right. Although, I'm beginning to think maybe we can live alongside them. The Kitsune at least. I don't know about the others. And I guess that's something to do with you, so, thank you. You're welcome. I really didn't do much. I mean that, truly, to you and the sisters. You saved me a life of service, perhaps even prevented my death. I think it might do you well to say that to the Kitsune sisters too. I think it will help a lot, especially with what has to be done next. What comes next? The woman's words were getting a little incoherent now. Perhaps fatigue and alcohol and cider were now taking hold of her body. The wild spirits obviously won't be leaving the village alone, just because of one loss. We're going to need to figure out how to make them behave, and for Meiko-chan and Machiko-chan, that's akin to telling you to turn on Narumi-chan. Turn on. The woman seemed to giggle at this for quite some time, so I let out a sigh and coughed politely. What I mean is that the Kitsune will likely have to fight their own kin at some point. What purpose would it hold for them to defend a village that neither accepts them or befriends them? I think you and Narumi-chan will be the chess pieces we need to finish this game. And we'd better play our next move right, or the wild spirits will put us on a checkmate. What's with the chess analogies all of a sudden? You're calling us pawns? That's not nice. As she said this, She seemed to slide down into the water a little bit more. No, you four are like decaying pieces. Moment we lose those, it's game over. To explain it in layman terms, I think you two will be the ones with the most chance for the kitsune to form a bond with. So for the sake of the village, you must get as close as possible to the kitsune sisters. But I don't like that, girls like that. I didn't mean it in that way. The woman seemed to be incredibly flustered by the comment, even though she had mistaken what I had said. Before I could respond, she slumped even more, her cheeks going a deep crimson, her head slumping back against the stone. As I got closer, it was clear she had passed out, and I cursed myself for not realizing that she was likely overheating thanks to the water of the spring. Just my luck. She had to pass out in the hot spring while wearing only a towel. I swear, someone up above is trying to test my patience with all those temptations. Just give in, dude. It's fine, no one will get mad at you for giving in to the temptation. Although she is drunk, so yeah, it's not really okay to do it that way, but whenever you get the next chance, just go for it. Sighing in annoyance, I carefully wrapped my arms around Mio and pulled her out of the water. Realizing that leaving Mio here would be a bad idea, I was about to head towards the village elder's house when Narumi came barging in. Taka-kun, I heard you in here. I managed to... Whoa! What's going on in here? Your great captain just suffered a defeat from a dreadful combination of attack of sake, a misunderstood comment, and an overheat thanks to the water. Please take good care of her while I'll cover your retreat. Haha, sure, that's what happened. I believe you, stud. Come on, hand her over. I'll make sure she gets dried and a good night's sleep. But if you did do stuff to her while she was drunk, she's going to kick your ass. I shall refrain from provoking her wrath. The last thing I need is a hungover samurai trying to slash me into kebab. But she's right here. I motioned at the towel-wrapped girl who was dozing away peacefully beside me. Narumi paced over and picked her up with ease, holding her bridal style. You should get some rest too, Taka-kun, and keep an eye on Chi-chan. She's a little restless right now. Leave her to me. I'll make sure she'll be in good hands. And with those words, I watched Narumi carry Mio out of the onsen. I myself had quickly changed into the robes I had borrowed and made my way back to the main hall that everyone had been drinking in earlier, and sure enough, there was Machiko, curled up. Thankfully, it looked like she had made her way to Meiko and was cuddling up to her. The two women looked adorable cuddled together, and their cute mumblings only enhanced the moment. As I considered waking them so we could return to the mansion, I heard someone whisper my name. I walked out into the garden area onto the wooden decking and found Elder Hayate sat on the grass, looking up at the stars. My boy, are the stars as beautiful in your world? I walked over to him and lay flat, finally allowing myself to properly relax. I looked up at the night sky and smiled. You know, I never really looked up at them properly. I was too busy with this and that. I yawned loudly and felt my lids getting heavy as I wiggled to get myself comfortable. Maybe you should, if you get back. The previous elder once told me that all worlds share the same sky. It sounded silly to me, but maybe there's something to it. It does look similar, sparkly but black. Maybe it's true. The elder remained silent for a little while before talking again. I could barely make out what he said though, for my eyelids were getting even heavier, and before much time had passed, I drifted to sleep beneath that starry sky. How long do you think he was out here? It must have been a while. His robe is soaked with the morning dew. As I drifted back into consciousness, I could hear Narumi and Mio talking nearby, Their voices sounded hushed, but not through their own effect. They simply sounded far away. I briefly considered jumping up and scaring them, but my body was not going to let me. Maybe you should poke him. Hikage, there's no time for that. Or no need. Takahiro-san, wake up, you bone-idly boy. Well, hello, girls. Good morning. I groaned lightly when my eyes finally opened. The early rays of the rising sun making me raise a hand to conceal my eyes from the harsh light. I was usually quite a morning person, but having fallen asleep under the starry sky wasn't exactly the type of sleep I was used to. But this sure is a good way to wake up, right? Did the Valkyrie come to take me to Valhalla? I don't even know what those things even are. Do you intend to lay there all morning, or did you plan to do anything useful? There are warrior angels who descend to pick up the souls of fallen warriors who fought heroic battles. Good thing neither of you are Valkyrie. I'm too young to sleep here forever. You're not a warrior, nor is Narumi, so your vision was completely idiotic. Which is why I need to get training you both. You are not warriors yet, but with my help, you will both become fine, noble warriors, capable of handling anything that comes at you. I liked her more when she was drunk. It will be an honor to learn from you, Sensei. Yes, ma'am. Maybe Taka-kun can teach us both some of his moves too, ma'am. Hehe. An excellent suggestion, Narumi. I believe he is a competent fighter, and learning more than simply how to use a weapon, but to fight without one too, will be a very convenient skill to have. However, work cannot begin like this. You need to get changed, you need to eat, and you need to wake up. In that order, so I'll change and eat in my sleep. Snap to it. But the grass is kind of soft here, and the view is nice. Oh yeah, it's so nice. Yeah, but if I join you down there, the view of the two mountains will disappear. Exactly. There are four, but I would prefer if it remained four. That's a convincing argument. I actually wonder, what mountain will be the largest to climb? Mount Mio or Mount Narumi? Enough of this idiotic banter. You bumbling buffoon of a boy! Mio-sensei, can I ask you something? What is it? We have been overwhelmed with the power of your Sun. Can you now bless us with the Dere, please? And you're intimidating us. Isn't that right, Narumi-chan? You may need to explain that a little better. I don't really know what those things mean. Sorry, Taka-kun. Basically, Sun means harsh and violent, and Dere means sweet and caring. A tsundere is someone who is outwardly quite mean, but inwardly sweet. I'm saying for her to be less of a meanie pants and shower us with love and affection. What happened to the motivation of your troops? I am nothing like that. Will you stop making such ridiculous comments? I ought to slap some sense into you. Heh, Sunmio. I kind of missed the Dere I saw in the hot spring yesterday. That was something completely different. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop saying embarrassing things. Jeez. So when she's not drunk, she seems to be more of a serious person? A split personality? And I thought one was bad enough. Now we've got two Mios wandering around inside one head. Just wait for it, Narumi-chan. First it's one Mio, then it's two, and soon there's a whole army of Mio. Stop it, stop it! Shut up, both of you! Stop! This is ridiculous! The woman, who was now blushing quite brightly, turned her back on me and stormed off with a huff, crossing her arms indignantly. I guess I should get up before she decides to return and slap me for that tease. Thanks for waking me up, Narumi-chan. After I had apologized to Mio, explaining it was merely a little jest, the girl had decided she wanted to train us personally. This was what led me and Narumi to be stood in the town square, waiting for Mio to arrive for the first part of the training program. It kind of reminded me of a training camp at the dojo I was part of, albeit I had the feeling this was about to turn out to be more fun. As we waited, I noticed that preparations were beginning for what looked like a street festival. I asked Narumi about it, and she told me that was an annual celebration and would be happening a few days from now. As we chatted, Mio turned up, sword in hand and a faint smirk upon her face. Perfect! It seems you two are ready. If there is something every warrior needs, then it's strength and discipline. Because of that, we shall run laps around the village. Oh no, not laps. I'm having the same exact face as her. Just running? Yes, and those who slack will be firmly punished. Now run! Uh-oh. Without any warning, Mio drew her sword and started to brandish her sword at the two of us, causing me to cringe slightly while Narumi tugged along my arm, making it clear our teacher wasn't joking. Let's get down to business. Oh yeah. Oh no, she is enjoying this far too much. To defeat the spirits! I didn't know they were Huns. Quit your yapping and get running, unless you're eager to feel the edge of my sword. Yeah, she's enjoying this too much. Come on, Taka-kun, let's just get running. She's not going to be reasoned with like this. She's a frickin' drill sergeant. The army has nothing against her. Weeping slightly as I continued running alongside Narumi, I decided to finally take the exercise serious. Actually, all things considered, I was surprised at the pace that Narumi was running at, considering the extra weight she's carrying, right? While I felt I could brag a little about my physical strength, her stamina was clearly superior to mine, and after we had been running around for several hours, I found myself on my back. My breathing was ragged and heavy, while Narumi was still standing upright, albeit visibly exhausted, judging from her panting. To her credit, Mio had been keeping pace with us, and while she was panting too, she still looked fighting fit and ready to go. You two do this every day? Not every day, no, otherwise we'd get no patrolling done, but I cannot fault you for your spirit. Both of you did well. That was harder than anything we've ever done before. I wouldn't be surprised if Mio-san ended up being the last boss we have to defeat someday. Her strength and stamina are clearly beyond human capacities. Clearly, there's some sort of tsundere spirit here to be mean to us on a superhuman level. Narumi, would you like to run 10 more laps around the village? No, I'm sorry, Mio-sama. Please forgive me. I was only joking around. I wonder, Narumi-chan, if we pray to the almighty guardian spirit of the village, will she allow us a break? I eyed Mio while attempting to hold back my smile, clapping my hands together in a prayer. As I did so, Narumi giggled and did the same thing. Oh, mighty Mio-kami, who watches over the village, please bless us with a short break, and maybe a lot of money someday, and a beautiful wife, and, okay, the break is enough. You two idiots want a break that much? Fine, we can do something relaxing. The elder needs his baths cleaned. That will loosen us up for the next part of the training. You hear that, Narumi-chan? We need to play in the onsen. Oh, thank you, benevolent goddess. Yay! And while I clapped my hands a final time, I took Narumi and Mio's hands by surprise and dragged the two girls towards the village elder's house. What are you doing? Let me go this instant! Mio-san, all work and no play is no good at all. The three of us had quickly reached the onsen, preparing to start cleaning up the place. However, it didn't take long for the serious cleaning work to be turned into a series of silly games when I started chasing after Narumi with a soap-soaked sponge, shouting in a nefarious tone. I'm the soap monster! Prepare yourself to be washed, foolish warrior! No! The evil soap spirit has arisen! Do not fear, citizen of Onsen Village! Yeah! The girl grabbed her mop and thrust it forwards, brandishing it like Mio would with her katana. I am the village protector, Mio Sunderino. I will vanquish all those who oppose me. Will you two stop messing around? We have work to do. It's the dreadful Mio, the warrior who has been the nemesis of all spirits. However, today is the day you fall. Hiya! Never! I will defend this onsen until my dying breath. None but the villagers may bathe in it. Ha! She began brandishing the mop towards me, clearly not meaning to do any real attack, and I batted it away with my sponges. Then today shall be your last breath. I told you to knock it off. I laughed menacingly, I think, with Narumi's playful push with the mop caught me off guard. I suddenly staggered backwards, my feet slipping over one of the soap bars we hadn't yet picked up. With a startled yelp of surprise, I felt myself topple backwards, bumping against Mio. Oh no! As I lost my balance completely, I let go of the sponge, sending it flying towards Narumi, who caught it in the face. Oh yeah, right in the face. I moved forwards to apologize to the woman, when from behind me, I heard a yelp and a loud splash. Uh-oh. I don't want to look, do I? Holy crap! I didn't know it was so see-through. As I slowly turned around, a vision came into my sight. A bar of soap, a discarded mop, a bucket, a washcloth, and in the waters, pulling herself upright, Mio. She was soaked from head to toe, and she had a look that could have frozen over the fires of Hades, I think? Yeah. You too? I'm sorry. It was Taka's fault. He started it all. Traitor, don't you just rat me out because... As my eyes glanced lower to look at Mio's clothes, I finally noticed that they had also been soaked and turned into a see-through outfit. A real man takes responsibility for his action. And I bet he just did it because he wanted to see you soaking wet like he did last night. That wasn't part of the plan. What plan? Oh gods, Mio, it was just a joke. Seriously, Taka-kun and I were just playing around. It was an incident. I only said that because I panicked. There was really no plan. Please forgive us. Yes, you should forgive us. It was merely some innocent fooling around. Even if the end result is quite appealing. You do have a point there. I told you both not to play around. I told you both to keep working. Hikage, I will deal with you later. Leave, immediately. Takahiro, you need to be punished, now. What? That's not fair. You can't do that to me. It was an honor to have fight alongside you, Narumi-chan. My will has not yet been written, but I leave everything I own to anyone who wants it. I'm not leaving. Punish us both, or neither of us. I bet you're just doing this because you want to spend more time with him. What? That's ridiculous. Whatever gave you that idea? I don't even like him, and you were spending too much time with him anyway. Wait, what are you guys girls talking about? Ha! You admit. You think others are spending too much time with him. Means you want to spend more time with him. Busted! That's completely untrue. I only wanted to spar him. Narumi, shut up! Takahiro, prepare yourself. We are going to spar right now, without Narumi and her big butt interrupting us. Hey, now I know you're jealous. My vigor is defined. Spar? Right here and now? But you're soaked. A warrior would not worry about such things. Battles may be fought in the lashing rain or the burning sun, but they must still be fought. We cannot allow ourselves to simply stop because our clothes are wet. She just wants to show off her goods. And that she has. I just know I'm going to regret this. I sighed deeply while I took a combative stance, just knowing that something was going to go wrong in this spar match. A girl in soaked clothes fighting against me, someone who used grapples and throws. That was asking for troubles. This is a perfect opportunity actually. Sometimes your biggest strength will not be available. Get in here, Takahiro. We will spar knee deep in water. This will be a fine test of your skills. The woman stepped to the edge of the onsen, water cascading down her body as she grabbed the discarded mop. It took a lot of concentration not to look at her soaked clothes and how tightly they clung to her form, but as she stepped back into the center of the pool, I dropped down into it and took up a defensive stance. Narumi, if you interfere, I will tell the elder exactly what happened to his dearly beloved old teddy bear, the one that you used as a la la la, no one hears anything, fine, I'll keep out. you'll need someone to haul you from the water once Taka-kun kicks your ass anyway. That's kind of blackmail. Oh, it absolutely is blackmail. Now, defend yourself. The lunge came a lot faster than I had anticipated. The wooden shaft aimed squarely at my midsection drove straight and hard, knocking me back a few steps. I hissed as the pain of the impact spread and flexed my arms out. Mio sloshed forwards, waves washing aside when she stomped, and I pushed myself upwards, dodging another strike to my left. Go, Taka-kun! I moved in closer, trying to make her thrust less effective, thanks to the length of the mop handle, and I aimed the blow towards her shoulder. To my surprise, she did not move at all. Taking the hit, she halted and glared at me. If you are not going to put your all into this, then you might as well not even bother calling yourself a man. My eyes narrowed a little as I pulled back as a wide strike sought to lash into my side. I growled a little, feeling my anger flare, and lashed out, smacking the mop handle away with a lot of force, using the opportunity to get closer. I managed to land a few jabs against her midsection, one to her shoulder, before darting forwards as best as I could in the water. She seemed winded for a moment or two, spinning the mop in her fingers before she pushed forwards again. Taka-kun! 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 Her next strike was a downward slash, which I caught between my hands. With a grin, I pulled hard on the stick and held my foot backwards to kick her. She did the sensible thing and let go of the mop, which let me toss it aside with ease. A swordsman without a sword can't hope to beat an experienced practitioner of judo. This match is lost. Surrender. I guess I have no choice. As she said that, she span, lashing her legs upwards in a spiral kick that caught me on the jaw, knocking me back and almost onto my ass. You should never get overconfident. The fight is not over until your opponent is down. She stood in front of me, her fist raised in a stance I did not recognize. If she was quicker without a weapon than with, then I had no chance of beating her speed-wise. Her kicks were strong, as the ache in my jaw told me, and she had good stamina. The only way I could see to break her was to use that. That's not the only way to win a fight, you know? I stepped forwards purposely. I did not need to attack, just to get close. A few steps from both of us had us right where I needed her, in a corner, unable to get past without moving by me. I stepped again. She darted to one side. I looped an arm around her waist, bracing for a counterattack I knew she would perform. My left leg pressed down against her knees, sending her down onto them. My other arm grabbed her arms above her head, and the weight pressed against her body. No! Yay! Taka-kun with the submission hold! I held her tight, but she would not be in much pain. Of course, all I had to do was lower my right hand, and the pressure on her body would increase, which I did so, slowly, displaying to her what the hold could do. Do you give up? Fine. The victory is yours. I grinned brightly and chuckled to myself. I slowly lifted her up, taking the weight from my knees, and gradually let go of one grip. Okay, but don't struggle when I release you, otherwise... But it was too late. Before I could warn her about the problem with that particular hold, she pulled away from my grip. The angle of her arms and the tightness of my arm around her waist worked together on her clothes, and as she pulled away, they tightened. The risk normally is that it can cut off blood circulation and cause people to faint, but here, with the clothes sodden and weakened by the water, well, they didn't last long. Oh my god, they're so squishy. Rip! As the woman turned back to face me, her clothes tore and separated, scattering into tiny pieces on the wind. Oh my god. Time seemed to slow down for all three of us as Mio looked down at herself, let out a scream, and clasped her hand to her chest, just barely covering herself. Mio, you... I tried to warn you. I swear, this isn't a secret judo technique or something. Yeah, because you don't use that on other guys in judo. You just stay back. Narumi? Yes, Mio-chan? Please go and get me a change of clothes. Yes, right away. I'll go grab you something immediately. I'll be back as quickly as I can. I promise. Suddenly, I'm feeling less like a champion and more of a villain. Narumi quickly rushed off, leaving Mio and I alone in the onsen. This certainly felt different to last night. Mio was still vulnerable, and I was still learning, but I felt like I was walking on thin ice. Like one wrong word, and she would begin to resent me the same way she resented the feral spirits. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to do this. It was an accident. So you found my blind spot? Huh? No, I swear, it was just an accident. That hold usually just makes clothes tight. Not that. I can't move. I have a perfected area of being cool and not relenting except nakedness. I cannot deal with being naked. I don't think you'd have anything you need to hide. I mean, you should be proud of your body. Exactly. Just show it to everyone. Well, not everyone. Just show it to me. It's not that. Thinking about people staring at me, it makes me feel so dizzy. Like I can barely think. I actually admire that about Narumi. She doesn't have a single ounce of embarrassment inside her. Well, I think Narumi-chan would be an exception. Most girls would likely get embarrassed about being seen naked. I'm sure Narumi-chan will be here with your clothes soon. I am not most girls. I shouldn't get incapacitated so easily. It is infuriating. I am losing all control of myself. I'm not sure, but perhaps it's something you'll be able to train? A weakness to overcome. Yeah, let's train on that, woman. Maybe we can't train now? Maybe if you... She began stammering uncontrollably, blushing brightly from ear to ear, unable to say the word she had on her mind. I began to panic a little. I had never seen a girl get like this before. Train? I think it's best you ask Narumi-chan for that. But that won't work. I don't get like this when there are only girls around. I guess. Honestly, right now, I felt every male in the world cursing me for my indecisiveness. Exactly, dude. Get the fuck on and just say yes. I'm gonna curse him out. Or I already did. Just curse him out with me. Right now, here was a pretty girl stood right in front of me, suggesting for me to look at her naked. All for the sake of training her to get less embarrassed. That's a win-win situation for everyone. How could I call myself a man if I declined this invitation? But are you really fine with it being, me? I can't think of anyone else to do it with. Please, Takahiro, stare at me. Is this really happening? If it is, then this is the best type of training I've ever experienced. Can I get some of that training? As Mio began to move her arm, I turned my head. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, depending on how you consider the situation, at that moment the door to the onsen slammed open, and in walked Meiko and Machiko, wrapped in towels. It was nice of Hayate-san to allow us to use the bath. It will be nice to Takahiro? Nyahahaha! Takani and Tsundere Tyrant are doing naughty things. Wait, this is not what it looked like. Ah! And with that, she fainted again, slipping down into the water before I could even react. It took a miracle to convince the others that our activities had been innocent, but thanks to Narumi's testimony of what had happened, coupled with the fact she informed us of Mio's previous instances of freezing, they believed me. However, as I turned to leave, Narumi took me to one side and whispered to me that, in return for saving my hide, she wanted me to visit her at her house later that evening. I couldn't really see how I could get out of that, so I agreed. That evening, I made my excuse to remove myself from the presence of the other girls and made my way over to Narumi's home, knocking lightly on the door. Hey, Naru-chan, are you in there? Just a moment. The door's open. Don't come in yet. I found myself a little bit curious at Narumi's words, pondering what the girl was planning inside, she naked. Perhaps she was preparing a meal, or something to surprise me with, or some sort of present, or perhaps she merely just wanted to talk. Whatever the reason might have been, Narumi's voice soon came from inside the house once more. Okay, you can come in now, Taka-kun. Finding myself getting kind of excited by whatever Narumi had planned, I opened the door and walked into the room, the door swinging shut behind me. The room was darker than I remembered it, and it struck me to hunt for a light. Foolishly, I began to look for a light switch when I remembered that such a thing was unlikely to exist here. So I located a little lamp and a nearby box of matches, lighting it with ease. Turn around, Taka-kun. What the hell? She's covered in chocolate? I turned around and my eyes bulged. Standing before me was Narumi, only she was dripping. In the few moments my brain had before I let out a shriek, I did briefly consider her to be a victim of a slime attack, but no, I could smell chocolate in the air, and slime girls were not made of chocolate. Oh my god, she knows my two weaknesses, boobs and chocolate. Please tell me there's no such thing as a chocolate spirit possessing you. I instinctively found my eyes drifting along Narumi's chocolate-coated figure, trying to find out if there was any sign about her struggle with the spirit, but it would soon reveal I had gotten myself in a greater pinch than I had expected. Of course not, silly. Don't you like it? Doesn't it just suit me? Sweet and delicious. Well, you certainly look sweet and delicious, and not simply because of the chocolate, but what in the whole world happened to you? Haha, thank you. Don't worry about the little details. We can talk about them after. Do you want to taste? Taste? Yeah, that's what she said would happen. In your world anyway, one person puts something tasty on their body, the other eats it. That's how you get closer to people. I think she called it intimate. Wait, in my world this is actually a gesture shown between those who are very intimate, because you do realize that there no way this won't end up. My words stutter a little as Narumi stepped closer. Her pose making me gulp lightly as I tried to resist the urge to submit to this temptation. Dude, I told you last time, submit! At this rate, getting a stomach from all the chocolate would be the least of my worries. What's wrong, Taka-kun? Don't you want to bond with me? Or do you just not like chocolate? I have some honey if you prefer that. I love chocolate. And I don't think getting your honey will be proper either. Then I just don't get it. What's wrong? Is it just that it's me? I bet if this were Mio or Chi-chan, you'd be slurping it all up right now. The day Mio-chan coats herself in chocolate is the day pigs sprout wings and start living with the birds. Haha, yeah, she'd never do something like this. But I still don't get why you're not enjoying this. Did I do it wrong? Narumi-chan, this is usually something lovers end up doing for each other. Oh, wow. Wow. So I guess I did mess up pretty big, didn't I? When I see that Shrine Guardian next time, I'm gonna tell her where she can smear her chocolate right over her big lying mouth. Wait, the Shrine Guardian said that? Well, we can't let all that chocolate go to waste. So, Narumi, I need to talk to you about what the hell is going on here. Your vice captain is possessed by a chocolate spirit. Chocolate! Do I look like a child? This is all because of earlier, isn't it? No, it's not. I promise. I was just given some really bad advice. Sounds like really sweet advice. Shush you! Really? Well then, I'm going to give you some really good advice. Go and clean up now, before anyone else sees you like this. Honestly, you represent this village. You could be called at any moment to defend it. Do you think yourself capable while in a chocolate bodysuit? I do think most would. I'm not finished. Narumi, clean yourself up. You are sleeping in my spare room tonight, Takahiro. You are to clean up the mess here. If you do not complete this task before morning, then you don't get to sleep. If you do not complete this task before breakfast, then you don't get breakfast. That's one hell of a sour flavor I'm getting right now. I nodded my head lightly, the shout and angry glare of the samurai girl making me feel a bit too intimidated to try to decline her demands. As she marched, the dejected and still rather dripping woman out of the house, shielding her with an old robe, I sighed. It was going to take me hours to clean off all this chocolate. I've Ichikawa ever finds out this happened, and I didn't even get a nibble, he's going to take away all my man cards. It had been a week already since my arrival within this peculiar world. I helped with tasks around the village alongside Machiko and Meiko. I trained with Mio and Narumi. I had even tried my hand at repairing some of the damage done by Sakura. Honestly, I still had no clue where I was, but I was enjoying my time spent here. While this seemed to be a place within the distant past, a time akin to the feudal period of Japan, I couldn't help but find myself to be unable to place the link of feudal Japan, and for a moment my eyes drifted toward the two foxgirls before me, and a soft sigh escaped my lips. No history books ever told me that foxgirls were supposed to be a thing of the past. Sure, kitsune were popular beings in mythology, but they weren't real. So, you're certain that this wedding sash the village gave you both, what? You're certain that with this wedding sash the village gave you both, I'll be able to return to my world? In the end, I could hardly believe it that Meiko might have possessed the means to overcome the obstacle the shrine's magic had been. Meiko-chan has been doing some research, aided by Tsuyuri, and she believes the spell will return something to where it belongs. I suppose that is the best we have. It will work! I know it will! It just needs a little time to prepare. I'm not sure if I should be grateful or worried. For now, I shall be the former. Still, I didn't think you'd succeed so quickly, Meiko-chan. Yup, magic's super easy. Just a wave and a flash and everything's done. Everything except the time it will take you to prepare your ingredients. Do not belittle the arcane arts, Meiko-chan. You have a tremendous gift. A wave and a flash? I'm not about to explode into fireworks, right? Absolutely, definitely, certainly, probably not. I guarantee that. Don't worry, Takani. I won't do anything that'll hurt you, hopefully. That's so comforting. Unless you happen to be made of clay, glass, wood, or stone, since all of those seem to shatter when you try to cast your spells upon them. Unie-sama, you didn't need to tell him that. Oh, Kami, good thing that the human body is mostly made up of water. Perhaps you should take a break first. I'm feeling a bit... Perhaps it was the excited natures of the younger foxgirls, but until now, I didn't notice the fact that I was starting to sweat strongly, as if on cue, a dizziness spell took its hold of me. Feeling my body fall sideways, I collapsed onto the ground. My breathing heavily and ragged. What? My breathing heavy and ragged while the girls ran over towards me, shouting my name in concern. Slowly, I regained consciousness, my eyes opening to take in the familiar surroundings of the room I had occupied during my stay within this unfamiliar world. Still, what I hadn't expected to see was the two foxgirls from before in my room, seemingly busy preparing something. Takakun, it is good to see you awake again. You were unconscious for some time. How are you feeling? A bit tired, but I'm feeling better now. Wait, but if you, I guess if you, fall unconscious, you're not sleeping, right? So, what if you're really tired, but you go unconscious for some weird reason? It doesn't make you less tired, apparently? I don't know. I've never actually went unconscious for... I did black out when I was lying on bed, but that would be just falling asleep immediately. But yeah, I don't know if either one of the two is comparable. Probably not. I'm sorry to have made you worry, Machiko-chan. You still have quite a high temperature. I've prepared a soup for you. Oh, Machiko and her soup. Which will be ready soon. And Meiko-chan is preparing a spell that will hopefully perk you up even more. I think all you have is the flu. You were so hot and sweaty, I had to pull you out of your clothes to wash them. My head did still feel a little bit fuzzy, but I was likely just a little bit exhausted from all the training I did before. I guess even the Iron Man gets a flu sometimes. It took me a moment, however, to realize what Machiko had said, and raising a hand to lift my blanket, the fact I left in nothing but a pair of shorts made my cheeks make the perfect imitation of a ripe tomato. You took off my clothes? And why am I on the verge of being naked? As if being naked was not enough of a problem, the fact that there was a pretty girl before me made me pretty certain about keeping the blanket over me as if it had been a second layer of skin. Almost ready, Nee-chan. Oh god. The sudden movement of Machiko when she slipped past me had left me startled, my hand gently grasping a hold of my shoulder while she pulled me closer against her body. I couldn't help but notice my face getting warm from embarrassment while I was being pulled backwards into her embrace. Oh yeah. Taka-kun, you need to relax. None of our robes fit you. Besides, do you really want to walk around in a girl's robe? Easier said than done. Who in the world would be able to relax when a girl was hugging so close to them? Not to mention the lack of clothes made it far from easy to remain calm. Just lay back against me and watch the show. Meiko-chan is about to give you a demonstration of her powers. It'd be rude not to pay attention, and I would hate to have to punish you for being rude. I don't mind. Of course, those instructions just had to be whispered into my ear, with the same temptations a succubus might have used. And yet the reminder of Meiko's presence made my eyes snap towards the scene. The sight of the younger fox girl preparing some sort of magical spell causing me to look at her in awe, briefly forgetting the embarrassing situation I was in. Don't be afraid. If you feel any unusual sensations, once the spell takes hold, it usually takes a few moments to flow through you. Of course, you are free to grab a hold of me if you want to. Despite my attempts to protest against the idea of any side effects being created by Meiko's spell, I decided that it was best not to worry too much. At least she wouldn't blow me up. Still, the bits of glowing orbs that started to gather in the room, not to mention the soft whispers of the other fox girl who had started her spell, left me in a bit of a daze. Perhaps I should have taken the invitation to grab a hold of Machiko before any explosions ruined my chance. Do it quickly. And whooah! Holy crap. As I watched, the younger kitsune began to swirl her arms around. Tiny points of light, like little fireflies, began to appear in the vortex of her swirling arms and began to span her around. The light felt warm to look at, not hurtful to the eyes, but certainly more intense than a candle or a light bulb. Her cheeks flushed as she began to move her whole body, a curious little dance that made the light flare even more. It makes me jealous seeing her like this, not of her power, but her beauty. Right now, she could be the most beautiful creature in the world. I wouldn't be able to disagree with you at a sight like this. Oh yeah. But would you choose her over me? Which do you think would suit you better, maturity or youthful vigor? Or perhaps a stern tsundere is more your type? Or are you more into the exhibitionist type? I could tell she was just trying to get a rise out of me, even in my dizzy state. I began to reply to her comments when I felt a tingle inside of me. It felt similar to the sensation of swallowing fizzing candy, only it was not in my mouth, but in my entire nervous system. Oh, this feels weird. And it's done. And he didn't even explode. Yay! Wait, what? Tell me, do you feel any better, Taka-kun? I feel a bit odd. My entire body is tingling. I really hope I won't be exploding. If you were going to explode, you would have done it by now. You'll be super fine in no time. Dinner! Almost as soon as she had finished her spell, she clutched the side of her head and fell to her knees. Both I and Machiko seemed equally startled by Meiko's sudden pained cry, and while I tried to get back up on my feet, Machiko already rushed over to her side. Chibiko, you need to be more restrained when it comes to magic. Please, lie back. Takakun, can you look after her? I can prepare a little something to aid her in her recovery. I may as well do that while your soup cooks. Sure, come Meiko-chan. Lay down for a moment till your One-sama returns. Whispering gently, I finally regained my footing. What? Why does whispering gently help you regain your footing? But okay. I made my way over to Meiko's side. After making sure her sister was doing alright, Machiko left the room, causing me to be left alone with the groaning girl who was struck with a nasty headache after casting her spell. One-sama, Takani. Don't worry, Meiko-chan. I'm sure your sister will be back soon. Until then, try to relax a little. Takani, do you like One-sama? Why does every girl like me? Not that I have a problem with it, but they all like trying to figure, can't we just all live together, you know? Have one big party? I mean, they all try to like figure out, do you like me or do you like her or the other one or the other girl or one of the other ones? I mean, I have so much choice. It's hard to choose. Well, where did that question come from? One-sama asked, but you didn't answer. I don't mind, you know. If you like One-sama over me, I'd sure like it if you like me, though. How to explain it? I briefly paused to try to think of a good way to respond to the statement when I finally decided to play it safe. I gently raised the arm to pet the kitsune's head while I continued with a warm smile. To answer your question correctly, I like both of you, just like I like Narumi-chan and Miyo-chan. You're the precious friends I've made in this new world. No, silly. Of course you like all of us, but who do you, like? One-sama was asking about your type, and I know what that means. It means the person you like. Oh, you mean it like that? Well, to be honest, I've been focusing so much on my judo to be thinking of girls in such a way. How about I'll make you and your sister a promise? A promise? Yes, a promise. Right now, I'm not ready to answer ready yet to answer such a question, because judo has always been the most important thing in my life. I have a reason to return to my world, to finish that match that would represent the result of all my hard work. It's my dream, and real men don't give up on their dreams. But now, I'll promise you that after my match, I'll do all within my might to return to this world, as a man who will be able to answer your question. So in the end, I'll have a reason to return to this world, because a real man always keeps his promise. That makes me happy. As she said that, she began to sit up, kneeling beside me as I lay there. As we sat there, I heard a curious shuffling, and Meiko squeaked as she toppled back onto her bum. What happened? I fell again. Guess I'm not so well just yet. You should stay like that for a bit, Meiko-chan. You must be tired after all that magic. You tried to control just now. Yeah, stay just like that. Yeah, I'm fine. As she said that, her tail twitched about behind her, pulling her skirt back even more. Oh god. Really? You do seem to be fidgeting a lot for some reason. No, Nikon is just worried. Meiko-chan is fine. And again, there was a curiousness to her action. She was curling her hands, her ears were twitching, and she seemed to have a strangeness to her voice. In the back of my head, a worrying voice was telling me that she was acting like a cat. Then why is a kitsune acting like a cat girl? I swear, if there was a mouse around, you would have pounced after it already. Yeah, the magic makes Meiko-chan do weird things sometimes. One time, Nee-chan had to get a ladder because Meiko-chan had climbed a tree and was building a nest. Anyway, Meiko-chan thinks Takani looks like a mouse. Maybe Meiko-chan should pounce on Takani. Wait, I'm totally a Tom, not a Jerry. Huh? Silly me-chan, talking about your world, trying to confuse Meiko-chan. Definitely going to pounce on you. My eyes quickly scanned the area around me, trying to see if I could distract her long enough for Machiko to return. I glanced upon a long piece of thread that had been discarded and grabbed it, dangling it in front of Meiko's face. Pounce on this instead! Nya! The girl began to swat and lash at the long bit of string, sitting back even further. Happy that I had managed to prevent another embarrassing scene, I lay back, only to be greeted by the rising skirt of Meiko, reminding me of exactly why the kitsune had been in the village in the first place, way before I had even met them. Wait, Meiko-chan, you know that if you jump now, I will see something that can't be unseen. Your skirt is about to... I waved the hand towards her, my eyes averted from her while my face had turned a crimson red color. Alright, they don't wear any undergarments. What? Kia! With a shriek that undoubtedly shook the very mansion to its foundation, the girl slammed a hand down onto her skirt, hiding herself from me and saving her dignity. Oh no, I am not a maiden any longer. I can't wear white at my wedding. I promise I didn't see anything. You're totally still a maiden, but please, tell your sister that you two need underwear. If not for your own sake, then for that of the male species. One-sama, Takani says we need underwear. As the girl called out, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. My head swam as I began to shiver. If this was the flu, then it was certainly attacking me with vengeance. I let forth a groan and lay back again, clutching my own body. Oh my goodness! Meiko, your spell has worn off. Quickly! Here, Takakun, eat some of this. It will make you feel better. I nibbled on the mixture Machiko spoon-fed me. The mixture tasted bad, but it made me feel better. What's wrong with him, One-sama? Fear not, sweetie. It is just a resurgence. He must have caught quite a bad case. We are quite fortunate to have caught it early. Your spell did wonders. The flu was just a lot stronger than we thought. Do not worry. If you say so, he will be fine. He is just having a low fever right now. He is cold and will need warming up. I will go get some food for him. Could you fetch some blankets? Blankets? But I know something that'll warm him up a lot better. Holy crap! Oh my god. My Meiko-chan. Just around the time I started to feel a little bit better, the blurred vision of my eyes recovering, I saw a sight that made me nearly faint once more. Standing before me was the youngest of the kitsune, eagerly undoing her top for some sort of bizarre reason I would never have been able to figure out why. Meiko, what are you doing? Machiko-chan, what is your sister up to? Well, when Takani was cold before, One-sama got all her clothes off and snuggled up close to you. So now I figured it was my turn. Even if I appreciate the gesture, I don't think that's the way you're supposed to cure a flu. Put your top back on right now. Don't strip in front of Takakun. You'll give him crazy ideas. Ah, but you two look so cute cuddled up together. I wanted to try it too. You're no fun sometimes, One-sama. You cuddled up to me while I was out cold? I'm not sure what to think of that, Machiko-chan. What? She's talking about when we first met. I had to. You were stone cold and you were freezing. I just did it to give you some of my body heat. Exactly. And now I'm going to do it with Takani. But I'm hot right now, not cold. But you're shivering. Nope, I definitely need to warm you up. It's hopeless. You might as well just let her do it. But, Chibiko, before you do anything, you are not to take off your clothes. Am I making myself clear? Aww, but... No buts. You two are both sick. Having nothing on you could only make you worse. Hey, what about my opinion? Having a pretty girl cuddle up to me is going to make this fever skyrocket. And cuddling with clothes sounds a bit awkward. Now you see, Meiko, you're bothering him. Just settle down and look after him. I need to focus on preparing the soup. But, I was just trying to help out. You're not bothering me. But remember that talk we had earlier and the promise? You're trying to gain an unfair advantage over the others. What promise is this? Have you been promising naughty things to my little sister, Takakun? Nothing like that. I just promised her that I'll return to this world after I finish my important match because I got something important to do. Then Meiko-chan, why are you assuming you're stripping? I just want to win first place. Meiko, what is all this about? Why are you so adamant to show your body to Takakun? What is this ridiculous deal you two have got going on? Put your top back on right now. But you're the one who started all of this, Meiko. You really shouldn't try to win like this. Not to mention, at this rate, I might die of a nosebleed before you can claim your prize. What do you mean I started it? What prize? I tell you, I demand you to tell me this instant. Fine. Takani promised me that when he's done with his fight, he'll come back here and decide which one of us, all four of us, he likes. Not just as friends, you know, but you know, like. And he's the prize. Whoever gets Takani to like him is the winner, and I want to win. I hadn't really been thinking about what would happen when you... I suppose that's a nice thing to promise. Meiko-chan, please leave us alone for a moment. Ah, why? You're not going to try winning on your own, are you? That's cheating on Ie-sama. After pulling her top back down, the girl stomped out of the room, huffing and crossing her arms. She seemed quite irritated now. Perhaps this was another side effect from the spell. As she left, she slammed the door behind her, making the room rattle. I am sorry for that. She gets like this sometimes, quite stubborn and indignant that something does not go the way when something does not go the way she wants it to. Reminds me of someone, but no need to apologize. I must confess though, my actions were not exactly completely genuine. I have grown quite fond of you, of having you around, Takakun. This promise that you made, do you really think you can keep it? Of course, even if I have to spend the rest of my life at the shrine shouting Tsuyuri's name, I will make sure to return to this world. Takakun! The girl knelt beside me and hugged me tightly, completely out of the blue. I didn't really know how to react, so I just sat there, letting her do it. I am so happy to hear you say that. The idea that you soon might just walk back into your own world, and that will be it, not seeing you ever again. I do not think I could handle that. While judo is an important thing in my life, the precious friendship I forge are equally important, so you can be certain about the fact you won't get rid of me so easily. I know that you will make the guards happy to hear too, or that will make the guards, yeah. Takakun, thank you! I smiled briefly at Machiko while I felt another dizziness spell. Deciding to lay down upon one of the futon, I explained with a weak smile. I'm sorry, Machiko-chan, but I think I'll be sleeping for a little longer. Take all the time in the world. We'll be here when you wake up, so get your strength back. Sleep well, Takakun. And with those words, I closed my eyes, hearing the kitsune whisper something under her breath before leaving the room, allowing me to slip away into the world of dreams. Several days later, it had been around 3 days after that when I learned about the fact the village had planned some sort of festival. I wasn't certain about the details, but the girls had been adamant about the fact I would have needed to visit the village tonight. However, because it was still early in the morning, I had decided that I would check the kitchen and figure out if I could prepare the Kitsune sisters a meal to show my gratitude to them. It was shortly after I reached the kitchen that the sound of cheerful humming made me realize that someone was already inside. Hello? Someone's up before me? It can't be Machiko. She sleeps till noon. Come in, Takani. I'm just whipping up a treat just for you. Ah, Meiko. My words quickly trailed off when I entered the kitchen and found Meiko running around excitedly around the place. Not that by itself wouldn't have been a reason for me to be surprised. In the end, I had already learned the girl was the cook of the Kitsune family, but oh my, it was her lack of clothes that gave me more than enough reason to panic. Where does her tail come out of? Or is her underwear that low hanging? Oh my god. Meiko, what in the world are you wearing? Good morning, Takani. Do you like it? Tsuyuri gave them to me specially. Yes, I absolutely... Wait a moment. If your sister saw you like this, the apocalypse would unfold. So be quiet and she won't wake up. I can't decide who of those two the more dangerous one is. Why did Tsuyuri even give you that apron? I mean, what happened to your other clothes? Don't tell me you traded them for the apron. No, silly. That'd be dumb. Su-chan gave them to me. It's not just the apron. Look, undies too. You told me I should wear underwear. I entirely agree with the underwear part, but underwear and an apron alone aren't considered a normal outfit. Not that I wouldn't mind you walking around like that every now and then. How about always? Now you're just being a liar. I asked Su-chan what I could do to make a human from your world like me. She told me men from your world love being woken up by a woman wearing just undies and an apron. You've cooked breakfast for them. She even gave me a pair of her own underwear so I could do that for you. She's trying so hard. I won't say that's not true, but there's a certain order to things to follow. Yeah, something usually happens before then. You're skipping the best friend even straight for the wifely duty scene. Oh, I thought we were already friends. Wow, Takani, you're being so mean. I just wanted to do something nice for you. I even whipped up my special waffle just for your breakfast. Of course we're friends already, but... I coughed deeply and averted my gaze for a moment. Remember the talk about unfair advantages with that promise bit? Right now you're not cheating, but outright hacking your way to victory. Yeah, who can say no to that? But I'm not hacking anything. I did make some eggs, but I didn't cut anything up. That's something scary Mio would do. It's a term from my world that we use for when someone is playing a game and uses certain means to totally win, no matter what the other side does. But this time I shall remain silent. Just promise me to change back in your clothes before your sister sees you. Yay! I promise. Would you like me to cream my special waffle just for you, or would you like to put it on there yourself? What? No, just regular is fine. The foxgirl smiled, and with a few clattering of plates walked over to me, leaning down to put the plate onto the table in front of me. I gulped, as I was given a full view of her cleavage as she walked away. I found myself intently focusing on her tail so as to avoid looking at anywhere else. Maybe I should take up some to One-sama too. After all, I want her to like me too. Do you think she'd like me if I gave her breakfast like this? Oh my god, you're so clueless. It's so cute. You absolutely can't do that, Meiko-chan. I can promise you that your sister already likes you a lot. And I sense a death end trigger if you head upstairs. Okay, since we're allowed to come into the village now, One-sama and I have been invited to the festival tonight. Oh, you should come with us. It'll be so much fun. That smells amazing. Meiko-chan, have you been making waffles again? Ah! Oh no! Taka-kun, run! Get out of here! Run away before she sees you! Feeling the Shinigami scythe resting against my neck with every step we heard Machiko take, her footfalls slowly descending down the stairs, I very quickly worked out that staying here would lead me to be put in one hell of a huge misunderstanding. I'll leave her to you. And with those words, I darted out of the kitchen and into the woods. It appeared I was just in time because a shrill scream and a thunderous roar from the Kitsune mansion. Despite feeling grateful for the waffles and the lingering imagination that Meiko gave me, I didn't dare to stay behind for her sister's wrath. Aww. I continued running into the woods. making a beeline past the trees and descending further into the less traversed parts of the forest. Hopefully I could have been able to hide myself here long enough for Machiko to calm down. However, it was after a while that the sound of a familiar voice whispered in my ear, causing me to grind to a halt. Uh-oh, Tsuyuri, you seem to be in a hurry, Takahiro. I span around at the spot and saw the one person I had least expected. With her tail swaying eagerly behind her, the spirit of the shrine had decided to grace me with her presence. Or rather, you look as if you're being chased by a demon. That's awfully ironic coming from you. Well, I do enjoy looking out for lost little children in my forest. Teasing aside, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Who the hell wouldn't in this situation? There's a certain charm to this place. I wonder what it is. I can't quite put my fingers on it. And the people that inhabit this realm. Somehow, I seem to think the reason behind your fondness is more specific. I guess you're responsible for Meiko-chan's silly behavior the past few days. Perhaps, but there's a good reason behind it. Like getting a wedding sash? Hardly. That's too simple of a goal. There's a greater problem at hand that requires your attention. It seems that your ticket back home shall be arriving quite soon, and how lucky for you, just in time for you to play your little game of violence. And unfortunately for you, there's only one seat. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying that I'm about to return to my world sometime soon? That is correct. Soon you will be gone and I'll finally be free to play with my Machitan again. Free from her curious little infatuation with you. She's jealous? Then what about this problem you mentioned? You'll figure that out soon enough. But I'll give you a hint, my boy. To solve this problem is something only you can do. None from this world will have the solution. For a moment, the spirit's gaze seemed to shift sideways, clearly thinking about something before she hummed happily. Anyway, that's all you get out of me. Don't disappoint me now, Takahiro. It's unwise to do so. And with those words, the spirit stepped backward, seemingly fading away into the scenery, as if she had just been a simple illusion all along. Her comments had worried me a little bit, and if there was going to be some sort of problem, I felt it would be best for me to inform the girls. But who would I end up warning? Uh-oh. Maybe I should go back to the Kitsune mansion and talk to the sisters, or perhaps I should head to the village and see what they think. Oh god. This is like Sophie's Choice, except basically, for which two girls am I going to choose? I mean, I've been closest with the sisters though, right? And sisters are kind of a cool thing, right? You can't break up sisters, whereas friendship, you can. That's easier to break up, I guess. So, damn it, hardest choice of my life. I'm just gonna save. I don't care. Alright, so I just saved so I can go back to whichever choice I didn't pick last time. If I end up regretting this one, of course, but yeah, I'm gonna go back to the mansion and talk to the sisters. In the end, I decided it was best to return to the Kitsune mansion. Perhaps Machiko would have calmed down enough, and I did feel a little bit guilty about leaving Meiko to deal with her all by herself. I had walked back towards the Kitsune mansion, and to my surprise, I saw Machiko sitting outside on the steps. I vaguely considered turning around again, but she saw me and gestured towards me. "Sit down, Taka-kun. I need to talk to you." I gulped faintly and walked up the steps. Sitting beside her, we sat in silence for a few minutes until she cleared her throat. "I love my sister Taka-kun dearly. However, recently, I have found myself resenting her from the time she gets to spend with you, or for the time. I do not know how to deal with this. I find myself in an unfair situation after unfair situation. Oh, I spoke with Meiko earlier. We have come to an agreement. Don't you worry. You can share me. We will both wait. We both trust you, Taka-kun. We are both going to wait until you fulfill your promise to return before we try to win you. There will be no more flirting for me. No more silly antics from Meiko-chan. I am sorry to have dragged you into our little family feud, but I fear it could not be helped. There's no need to be sorry. There's no need to be sorry, Machiko-chan. As a friend of your family, I expect you two to talk to me if something like that bothers you both. However, I'm happy the two of you were able to solve your feud and grateful you two will wait for my return. But I hope you will prepare well. The battle will be intense when you return. Meiko said she would like to apologize to you. I believe she is in her room right now. Then I shall prepare myself for the greatest battle ever fought. But I shall head up to Machiko-chan's room right away. I dashed past Machiko, who nodded as I walked past, lounging back on the deck in the mid-morning sun. I clambered the stairs of the mansion, looking around at what appeared to be the aftermath of their discussion, thanking my lucky stars that I hadn't been around to witness or experience it. Meiko-chan, I'm coming in. Machiko said you wanted to speak to me. Wait, no! Oh god, she naked. As I pushed the door open, I heard the yelp too late, her skirt halfway up her hips, her hands clasping around her chest. Meiko let out a shriek as I entered. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were changing. Get out! Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was cut off as I tried to turn from the room, bumping into another warm and soft obstacle gasp as I toppled backwards into Meiko's room. Meiko, and after our talk, honestly, I can't trust you to keep your top on at all these days, can I? Wait, One-sama, I didn't do anything this time, I promise, I swear. I didn't plan anything. I was just trying to get changed. Takani burst in. It was an accident. I didn't even know Meiko was in here. I was just trying to find her. Honestly, you two. Don't think I haven't forgotten what happened earlier. You two are definitely up to something. One-sama, I swear. Honestly, Machiko-chan, this was all just a big mistake. Fine, I believe you. Meiko, you're my sister, and I love and trust you. Takahiro, you are a pervert who loves peeking at girls, but I trust you too. Really though, you should knock and then wait before entering a room. What if it had been Tsundere Tyrant? Your head would have been quickly left your shoulders behind. I'm terrified at how right your statement would have been. Nevertheless, I wanted to let you two know I don't mind attending the festival with you both, at least if you want to accompany a peeking pervert like me. I added the last bit with a bit of a dramatic sob, asking as if I was hurt by the comment. Or acting. Honestly, a scolded puppy could learn a thing or two about my pitiful expression right now. Oh, I could wear that nice frilly thing that Su-chan gave me. You remember? The one that she said she wanted to see on you? But when you saw it, it turned you white and then you kind of fainted? And when you woke up, you shrieked. Su-chan gave it to me when you were asleep and told me to keep it just in case. She said this. As she said this, she giggled to herself and leaned towards her drawer, reaching for it with both hands. I let forth a yelp as I slapped a hand to cover my eyes, turning my head away from her as she began to pull through the clothes, searching for the one she was after. Meiko! Change first, then consider your wardrobe. However, I do have one small request. Do not wear anything Tsuyuri has given you. Ah, no fair. Su-chan gives me such pretty skirts and tops. She's really generous. You should wear some of them sometimes. Oh, One-sama? Does that include the No! Stop! Keep those on! You are completely hopeless. Taka-kun, thank you very much for the invitation. We will both graciously accept your invite. I think it's best for me to turn around and wait outside. Machiko-chan, I feel more confident if you help your sister with her choice of wardrobe. If the villagers saw her in that outfit, I found myself wondering idly, what would have happened if Meiko ended up going to the festival while wearing only an apron and panties. Yeah, everyone will be after her. The girls asked me to meet them on the outskirts of the village, so I wandered ahead of them. Barely 10 minutes went by before they arrived, wearing their usual clothes. I had to admit, I was a little bit disappointed. I had hoped to see them in their fancy clothing. This is the same okay. Not that I mind anyway. This is the first time we've interacted with the village as a whole. I figured it would be a prudent idea to make a positive first impression, not a weird one. I'm sure you two will be fine. The past week has really helped the village a lot in realizing not all spirits are troublemakers. One-sama, look! It's so pretty! All those lights! It was stunning to see the village like this. The villagers had really gone all out, making the whole place glow, the flickering candlelight dancing in the light evening breeze. It is a beautiful sight to behold. Thank you for allowing us to see it, Taka-kun. Without you, I doubt you would have been allowed anywhere near the village on this night, let alone inside the festival itself. It actually reminds me a little of the festivals in my world, so I guess, in a way, I'm able to show a little bit of my world to both of you tonight. I smiled cheerfully while thinking back about my own city. Despite the different era, and likely even world, I could easily place a connection between this festival and the days the city was filled with all sorts of decorations and people could visit various spots in the city to play games. It actually made me feel a little bit homesick. Takani? Is something wrong? Oh no, there's nothing wrong, Meiko-chan. I was simply thinking about my world. Let's not dwell on unhappy things, shall we? Look over there. That's a rather fun game, I know. I bet I'll be able to beat you in it any day. Want me to explain the rules to the fair maidens in my company? I am sure we would love to play along with you, Taka-kun. Please tell us how. At my suggestion, the three of us made our way to one of the festival stalls where a makeshift river was built in front of it. Tiny goldfishes were eagerly swimming back and forth in a thing that might have resembled a fish tank from my world. The rules are pretty simple. You'll be given a small bowl and a little paper net, which we call a poi in my world. You've got to use the net to scoop the fishes out of the water. However, the tricky thing is that the net is really fragile, so if you're not careful, it will break. The one who captures the most out of us three is the winner. Before I forget, you're usually allowed to take home one of the fishes you catch. Ah, Oni-sama, fishies! Haha, yes. You can keep one if you win one. I would love to watch you two play, Taka-kun. I feel that this is not a game for me. Here. The elder was kind enough to give me small amounts of money for my work here this past week. Enjoy yourselves. May the best fisher win. I'm going to catch a fishy! I couldn't help but grin at Meiko's change of demeanor when she was told that she would be allowed to keep a fish if she caught one of the girls. The girl's excitement got the best of her. After several vigorous scoops with the poi, the little scoop tore apart, ending Meiko's game without a single fish caught. The dejected expression on the girl's face made me feel sorry for her, and instead I moved behind her, gently pressing my own poi into her hand while I rested my hands on top of her own. Let's work together to catch one, Meiko-chan. Just follow my motions. It's a game that requires you to be patient. First, you've got to get the whole thing wet. If it's only partly wet, it'll rip in no time at all. Oh god. Let the poi flow along the water. Don't let it struggle against it. Hold it at an angle and wait. When a fish gets close, scoop it up from the head. Try to avoid the tail, as that could also break the net. Then you slip it into the bowl. That's how you do it, folks. I showed her the best way to scoop and moved back, watching her focus intently upon the water. She did not move for almost a minute until she suddenly twitched her arm and made a little squeak. There was a small splash and a faint rip of paper. Yes, I got one! Thank you so much, Takani. I caught a goldfish. Excellent work. Now you have a goldfish to keep at the mansion. Take good care of it. The store owner backed the fish up for Meiko in a special water-filled bag, and I gently petted the girl's head when I walked back to Machiko. The girl seemed to be focused rather intently on some mask that resembled all sorts of traditional yukai in my world. I think it's yukai, I don't know. Making me feel curious what she was thinking about. "One-sama, I got a fishy! Isn't it cute?" "Oh, well done, Chibiko. It is absolutely adorable. Taka-kun, I am a little curious about this mask. You want to buy one, Machiko-chan? I got some money myself from the time I helped the guards." I am more curious as to their purpose. The store owner seemed to be evading the answer when I asked him. "Haha, well, in my world they are said to ward off evil spirits. Perhaps he believed they do the same? Well then, I would most certainly like one. If nothing else, it would go a long way to prove that I'm most certainly not an evil spirit." I think the villagers are already convinced of that. No way can two pretty kitsune be evil spirits. I would still like a mask though, for reasons. Okay, so I want to wear one of the pretty masks. I got a little jealous that Meiko got to do something fun. Then, should I pick a mask for you? Kitsune nodded her head, pouting a little, trying to indicate that she didn't really care, when in reality, I knew that she wanted me to pick one for her. Well, if you must, I eagerly started to look through the mask, trying to think of what mask to pick for her. There were cute ones, intimidating ones, and downright weird types I had never seen before. In the end, I picked one of the cute masks. I wasn't sure what type of yukai it was, because the mask seemed to be representing something else than yukai, making me wonder if they were, in fact, modeled after something else. "Look, Machiko-chan, isn't it cute?" I held the mask before her. It kind of looked like the face of a feline creature, and the mental picture I had of Machiko putting it on, her fox ears poking out from the top of the cat mask, made me on the verge of getting stuck in a laughing fit. It is, nice. Thank you, Taka-kun. I will always treasure it. Put it on, put it on. Show us that you're not an evil spirit. Here, I may need a little assistance getting it over my ears. No, it's perfect like that. It combines the charms of a kitsune and the feline grace of, I guess it's a nekomata. I was starting to snicker when suddenly the sound of rushed footsteps went into our direction. "Takahiro-kun, there's troubles." The moment I turned toward the voice, I saw the village elder rushing to our side, seemingly in a panic, while I started to notice something. The festival had suddenly become eerily quiet. "The wild spirit is back, and she brought her companions." "What? One-sama! Wait, you're saying they're here at the festival?" "Yes, they seem quite agitated about something." "Sakura, what has she done now?" "But you have to hurry. Tsukino-dono and Narumi-chan are about to fight them. Without your aid, they will surely be bested by their superior numbers." "I need more time to prepare a spell. One-sama, I don't know if I can do it right away." "Do not worry, Meiko-chan. I'm sure we'll think of something." "Meiko, I got an idea, but I'm going to need your help for it. Now let's rush to their location. Where are they, Elder-san?" "Near the bonfire at the center of the festival grounds." Nodding my head to the kitsune, the three of us rushed into the direction the elder had mentioned, hoping we'd arrive in time. It wasn't long before we reached the center of the town. As luck would have it, we arrived just as the two girls were getting there. In the center, the bonfire had been put out, and climbing up the support structure were four curious shapes. One of them I recognized as the slime girl, Sakura, but the other three I had not seen before. "What's going on? Why did you come to ruin the festival?" "Oh my god, they're all slime sisters. You're the meanie pants from before." "Ah, so he's the meanie human who made Machiko-chan and Meiko-chan betray us?" "Well, it's the villagers' their own fault." "That's right, those wicked humans didn't invite us to their party. That was really mean of them." "We betrayed no one. You four are the ones causing all the trouble. We are simply trying to get along with the humans, to work together. All you ever do, is cause trouble and perform selfish acts. You were not invited because you could not be trusted. You have ruined our bonfire, terrorized the village, and upset proceedings. All because all because you felt you were snubbed. All because of your own actions. You have no one to blame for your own exclusion but yourselves. It's the monkey girl with the sharp stick. It's the slime with the stupid face. That could have been better, but I applaud your effort. Nice work, Mio-chan. Meiko-chan, do you remember the spells we spotted the other day while you were showing me your books? I think so. The one and the other one that were like the one I did before? That's very... right. I understand that perfectly. It is worrying that I know exactly what the girl is referring to. Wow, you actually got that. Do you think you can do both of them? I know it's asking a lot of you, but I believe in you. I know you can do it. Yeah, go Meiko-chan! Here we go, the fight of the century. Do you really think I would fall for the same thing again? Ha! Sisters, we should show them why we as a foursome are undefeatable. As the sisters surge towards us, Meiko unleashes her first spell. The glowing light billowed up from her hands and shot forwards. The spell struck the yellow girl head-on, but seemed to have no negative impact to her. As they got in close, Sakura shifted to the front, and the twin blades of Narumi and Mio struck, slicing through her vicious body without any effort. I had to duck to one side as a large ball of pink slime shot towards me, and I barged into one of the other slime girls. Curiously, my body did not enter hers, and she had quite some mass on her. Ha 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 ha! Magic cannot hurt Suki. Physical attacks cannot hurt me. We are completely undefeatable. Surrender your village to us, and we might just let you all keep living here as our toys. This is bad. Maybe not. Meiko, use the other spell, the second one. The woman nodded and began to cast, stepping in front of Machiko, who seemed to be preparing something with her staff. It was strange. I did not recall seeing that staff around, and she usually did not carry it with her, but she had access to it now. I think every single slime girl has like a strength and a weakness, and we just have to find its weakness to defeat it, I think. But it won't work. It'll just... Trust in me, Meiko-chan. I wouldn't ask you to do anything pointless, would I? As Sakura kept the two guards busy, the two other slime girls began taunting us and throwing discarded fruit. The yellow one stood up tall, preparing to take the blast from the magical attack. Ha! I yelled loudly, performing a long leap to get close to her. I slammed into her at full speed, knocking her over as I had thought would happen. The girl let out a shocked yelp, and her spell soared past, hitting Sakura in the back. A high-pitched scream escaped from the pink slime girl while she looked at us with a look of anger. That hurts! How did you do that, Takani? Yeah, how do you push her over? Our blades are doing nothing. It's as she said. She's the one who's immune to physical attacks. The other can be hit and cut as normal. And that is absolutely perfect for what I have got right here. Special present from the guardian of the shrine herself. Takakun, Narutan, Mio-san, hold them tight. As one, we nodded and charged towards three other slimes. Meiko had Sakura in the grasp of her spell, and the pink girl could barely move thanks to her power. The slime girls had clearly not been expecting this sort of a comeback, and with barely any fight, we each had the girls in holds similar to the one I had used on Mio a little while ago. I hope you girls aren't claustrophobic. It's going to get a little tight. One by one, Machiko brought a glass jar to each of the slimes. She opened it and pressed it to their stomachs. The jar seemed to pull at them, slowly drawing them down into the jars, trapping what appeared to be a tiny version of each of the girls within each jar. She pushed the lids back onto each one and displayed them proudly to cheers from the townspeople around us. Really? So they trapped them in the jar? Holy crap. Thank goodness you're around, Machiko-chan. And you, Meiko-chan. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. No, my sisters. Why did you let them do that? What? Why did you do that to them? Why are you so intent on ruining all our fun? Sakura, take a moment to look around you. Look at the destruction. Look at the damage. How could this possibly be fun? Terrorizing people, scaring them, and destroying what they worked for? How could you feel? How would you feel if they came to your home, stole your food and drinks, and wrecked the place? I never really thought about it like that. We just wanted to play with the humans like you do. The spell seemed to dissipate from the wound as Meiko collapsed to one side. Thankfully, I had been anticipating this and caught her in my arms with ease. The three of us looked to Sakura, who was slowly standing up. And you can! You and your sisters can play with us. You just need to be careful. Meiko and I are the proof that humans and spirits can get along. But what about my sisters? They're fine. The jars are a temporary holding dimension, so Yuri designed them to hold things far larger than your sister. Sakura, if you are truly repentant, then I, as head of village guard, am authorized to allow to release you. However, before I do, I need you to swear an oath. Do you swear that you and your sisters will not cause problems in this village? That you will work towards helping us and protecting us? In return, we are prepared to offer you access to our supplies, and as you put it, we will play with you. What she is saying in simple terms, you're welcome in the village as long as your sisters behave like good girls. Yes, I swear, we'll be good. Please release my sisters. I promise, we will all be good. Ah, I just missed the interesting confrontation. How did it go, Machi-tan? Are my jam bottles filled? Hearing the playful tone of a certain spirit, the group turned towards one of the carts where Tsuyuri was seated, swaying her legs back and forth while looking at the crowd. I do not know if you are joking, Tsuyuri-sama, but if you intend to simply keep them, I cannot allow that. They are honorary citizens of this village, and such under my protection. How fascinating to think that the huffy, uptight Mio-tan would try to defend those troublemakers. You do realize you're talking to the guardian deity of your village, right? I'm standing by her side too. I'm not just going to sit by and let an oath be broken. The girls of this village grown into quite some brave ladies. You must be proud, Hayakun. A soft cough came from behind the caravan as the village elder revealed himself, a smile on his lips. It seemed they handled the matter perfectly without your aid, Tsuyuri-sama. Machi-tan, you just need to pull the plug of the jar to release them. However, make sure to keep holding the staff. I gave you tightly because it's the only means for you to channel the necessary magic. They can't all be prodigies at magic like Meiko-chan. The foxgirl nodded and with the help of Narumi began to set free the other slime girls. As they began their task, the guardian walked across to me, a frown upon her face. I'm neglected to tell you an important matter, Takahiro-kun. The gateway into your world has opened. No! And will be closing again within a matter of moments. Unfortunately, if you wish to return to your world, you must leave now. But there is no time for farewells, Takahiro. Leave now, without your farewells, or remain here in this village. Hey, where'd Taka-kun go? And Tsuyuri? I don't know. Perhaps he is resting with Hayate-sama? Yeah, maybe he's gone to go win me a prize. Or get some food. I'm still a bit peckish. Recalling the promise I had made, I turned my back at the girls that had gathered around the released slime girls, and followed her as she picked her way through the streets and into the woods. It was unfortunately that I couldn't say my farewells, but I had a mission to accomplish. It's a harsh decision to make. However, I doubt that this is the last we hear from you, Takahiro. The spirit smiled briefly at me, while her hands briefly pressed against my shoulder, a light shove, pushing me backwards. What was that for? Slightly startled as I felt a sudden dizziness overcome me, the last thing I could hear were the spirit's voice whispering in an amused tone. Good luck. You're going to need it. Before I had the chance to say anything else, I felt my body getting heavy, my vision blurred, and soon it was consumed entirely by darkness. 2 months and a half later, a soft sigh escaped my lips as I wandered along the familiar path leading towards the shrine I subconsciously called to claim Tsuyuri's shrine. It had been around 2 months since that fateful judo tournament I had participated in. Honestly, it was amazing. Thanks to Narumi and Mio's training, I was able to push my way in the finals and ended up being the champion. However, it didn't quite go as planned. I was kind of embarrassed by it all, but I declined the proposal for me to start playing on the international level. And when I announced that the reason I declined was because of a promise to a girl, it reached the newspapers all over the country. Rising Judo Star ends career for the sake of true love. It was just one of many silly headlines they had written, and yet it was the truth. I had declined because of the promise I made to Meiko that day that I would return to everyone after I finished my match, but perhaps I had been too naive, thinking that it would be just that easy. For 2 months now I had been visiting the shrine every day, praying and calling out for Tsuyuri, but my calls had been left unanswered. Of course, knowing her, she's likely laughing her rear off at me, standing here shouting like a hawker. I smiled weakly as I looked around the area, recalling how familiar it looked to the place I visited alongside the Kitsune. Speaking about the girls, while the Kitsune mansion had disappeared, it looked like the name of my city had an interesting connection to the other world. It was said many generations ago, the city was a small town that was saved from a group of malicious fiends, I assumed bandits, but in the end, this city, Tsukino Toshi, a city named after a certain tsundere, it couldn't be a mere coincidence, could it? Oh well, guess I'll visit again tomorrow. Akane? I could have sworn I just heard something when a wind breeze started to rustle through the trees, and the moment I turned away from the shrine, a circle of unfamiliar symbols started to form beneath me. Wait! Tsuyuri, what happened to the old methods? Of course, before I could get a response, the circle lit up, and I felt myself literally falling through the ground, or rather, there was a lack of any surface beneath me. It felt like I was being pulled through a tunnel of sorts, a dark tunnel that went on for several moments before a light came into view, and... Watch out! I could only let out a short shout as a warning before I found myself dropping out of the air right on top of 2 girls standing beneath me, causing the 3 of us to topple onto the grass with a loud thud. I heard grumbling from the 2 I had landed on and opened my eyes. There they are! Oh my god, we're back. Ow! That really hurt! See? This is what happens when you try to cast magic beyond your capabilities. Meiko-chan, you need to give up. This hunt is going to be the death of you. I'm not going to give up. Takane made a promise. I made a promise. We'd keep trying to find ways of getting back to one another. So no, I'm never ever going to stop. I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely gobsmacked, stunned beyond the ability to speak. Machiko, Meiko, it was them, here, on top of me, arguing with one another. It was too good to be true. You are a fool, Meiko. Even Mio-san has given up on the hunt. You know what Tsuyuri said. That sort of thing can only happen when the forest itself needs it to. It takes more than just one person to do what you're trying to do. Suchan's only saying that because she's a big stupid meanie pants face. She's lying. You're all lying. I can get him back. I will. We made a promise. Meiko, I miss him too. Really. He left a hole in all of our hearts. which you will just need to let time heal. I am so sorry that you have to go through all of this, but you must believe me, it will get better in time. How about getting better right now? Hello, ladies. It's kind of cruel to talk about me like I died. Huh? Taka-kun! Takani, it worked! I knew it would work! It worked! Taka-kun, it is so magnificent to see you again. I'm so happy to... The girl mumbled into incoherency as she began sobbing in front of me. Meiko has been sobbing ever since she saw me. I smiled lightly, still rather sore from the impact, and brushed both of them on the hair gently. Hey, did you two really miss me that much? Yes! Your disappearance was the cause of some concern. Tsuyuri told us that you had to take a choice, and, well, we understand why you did. Did you win your tournament? Of course I did. It was all thanks to everyone's help that I was able to become the champion. Hey, I think I felt it down here. I think I see Chi-chan. Hey, Chi-chan, is everything alright over there? Machiko opened her mouth to call out when Meiko leapt to her feet and took a deep breath. He's back! What? No kidding, I wanna see! There came a loud clambering and rustling from the shrubs nearby. The sound of two girls pushing through the bushes at speed. The two girls rushed into the clearing, gasping loudly. Oh wow! You really are back! Idiot! How could you just leave us without even saying goodbye? Mio, he had to choose. He had to... I know that. I just never got to say goodbye. Is that all? Ah, jeez, you are such a tsundere. Well, at least I'm not... I don't care. He's back! It's great to see you again, Taka-kun. I bet you did well in your tournament. Is my rival going to be a champion next time we spar? And so it went on. The girls kept talking at me. And I'll be honest, it washed over me a little. I was just so happy to be with them all again. It didn't matter what was occurring. While the girls were happily conversing with each other, asking me about my time in my own world, among other things, I couldn't help but notice the presence of one particular spirit. Standing a small distance away from the group, Tsuyuri was looking at us with a gentle smile upon her lips. I guess I won this bet. I wasn't sure if she was talking to someone in particular, but for a moment I could see her gaze drifting towards me, and the words that left her lips seemingly carried a lot more importance than simple words. It seems you aren't yet done with your grand adventure, Taka-kun. I look forward to seeing what other forms of amusements you supply me with. What games are those? We shall see, dear boy. We shall see. Thank you for reading. Oh my god, this is the end. Luckily, in the end, we were able to return. We didn't make a choice though. Every great story has a humble beginning, while Gushiken Takahiro's story has begun. One can say it's the only prologue to what is yet to come. May we see you again next time. What? Sequel? Is that what it means? Sure seems like it. Well, this was rather... I don't know. I mean, this is obviously a visual novel. It's not much of a game, really. You just see pictures, you read the words, and it's mostly about the story, of course. And I guess I'm kind of... I mean, I watched a lot of anime before, so it's something that I guess I'm kind of used to. Not to the level of fan service that this particular thing has, but just over in general. It's something that appears in anime every now and then, and certain animes at least. But so it's something that I guess kind of enjoyed, but it's not for everyone, I can imagine. But yeah, this was Sakura Spirit. I don't know. Who would I choose in the end? I mean, Meiko-chan was like, she was like the more of a playful. She was really playful and more of a. She seemed like especially the more immature one out of the two sisters, whereas Machiko was definitely the more mature one, and Mio obviously was more of a hard ass, but yeah, inside she is a really nice, sweet girl, I guess. And then, damn it, I forgot her name, which means I don't really care about her. No, that's not true, but I wonder which one you guys would have picked. I don't know. I mean, it's really weird. They're all four of them have different qualities, you know, that although some things are kind of similar, I guess, right? Yeah, but anyway, this is it. This was Sakura Spirit. I don't know if I'll be doing any more visual novels in the future, if any more interesting like this are coming up, but yeah. Anyway, thank you all very much for watching. Please like and subscribe for more, and I'll see you in whatever game I'll be playing next. Alright, peace!